breathed in.
Okay, we are live.
Takes a giant swig.
Cheers.
Woohoo!
Okay, reset position on VC face, and we are good.
Woohoo!
Move my model a little bit down a little bit. Owletta still stares at the music bot with great passion and intent, as
Wait,
far
what?
away as possible from them.
Oh. I was like, wait, what?
Oh, what do you mean by that?
You're always staring. Oh, I guess the tippy tappies can actually stay. Theo can be the tippy tappy.
No.
What is
No,
this?
not the
Why
tippy
is
tappy.
Twitch not wanting to load? What's bugging? Why is my thing bugging out?
Okay.
Sure have. God, I keep pressing I to open my character sheet. That's not.
Internet access.
We are back. Who is ready for the recap? I feel like Pogus did most of the work last time.
I
Last
did
time was
most of
a-
the side tracking us.
Was a pocket and Owletta a moment.
Wait, what?
It was your
Well, it was also
responsibility,
me.
Pockets.
Oh God, I'm being voluntold to
Drafted.
do the recap.
Someone's got to do it, and you're Class A.
I
We're
realize
currently
I have
lifting you
one,
onto the stage.
Zerda, and that you have lacked to get rid of, but I understand why.
Which one?
No, it's just the bongo. I saw it.
Oh no, that's what I was saying. The tippy tap.
Yeah, the bongo.
All right, are we ready for recap time?
Yeah.
All right, great. So we started outside the city after having a discussion and doing a little bit of shopping in the magic trinket shop that was there, and it was sort of like floral arrangements that were imbued with magic that were really powerful,
Oh
but also really subtle.
well.
And we and a certain party member may have had relations with the shopkeeper, which resulted in some drama, which was all very delicious to watch.
Of course.
Not saying names. Anyway, what the fuck?
Anonymous.
Anonymous. We were able to enchant the snow globe to resist scrying magic and also just be more durable, I think. Do you want to take a second here to explain the enchantment on the snow globe? I feel like that'll come up.
It just keeps it from being damaged by natural means, by any kind of natural means, including like generic force and the like. Basically, you could drop it off a very high place and have no damage. And then it also had a smaller anti-scrying effect attached to it as well.
Sweet. All right. We made our way into the city, where most of us, the clever ones, that is, were able to hide in the snow globe and be undetected moving into the city, whereas Godwin, having being a local, a native of this town, of this city, was able to waltz right in, basically like, "Hey, Greg, working hard or hardly working?" And to which Greg obviously replied, something or other.
General
Catherine was out.
displeasure is the word.
Catherine was Catherine was there too, and got ID'd, like magically ID'd. Like her magic is now in the Guarana
System.
database. The Guarana, yeah, she's in the system. She's put in the system.
They got clocked.
Mm-hmm.
And then the mansion.
And then the mansion. Well, not even the mansion, because we needed to do some investigatory work, right? Some detective work. So the nerds of the party went out to the police database to search the archives. And then they found all of these discrepancies pertaining to the mansion somewhere in the vicinity of the western side of like on the outskirts of town, I believe.
Yes.
And there were all of these discrepancies, you know, just like all this money paid and everything, you know, looks on the level for until like there was like a gap for about 10 years where it doesn't add up. There are discrepancies, and that um, drew suspicion. Meanwhile, Suki went to the speakeasy, the criminal, visited the criminal underground of the city, and met a dwarven captain, a smuggler, maybe, probably. Suki did not ask about their illegal business, but made sure to make them talk more and more about this mansion on the hill where they're dumping all of this stone into the water, and you know it's scraping on the bottoms of boats and causing them to, you know, have to take extra precautions in order to navigate the straits. And clearly that's where they would construct a dungeon made of sandstone, the very same stone that Nilo is being held hostage in. After that, we reconvened. And on the way, Suki found the body of a dog who may or may not have at one point had a message. And that message was gone, and the dog was drained of all of its blood. So it seems like the message was received. And in any case, that's probably not important. Will never come up. We'll never see that letter again. Never hear of it.
Of course
The
not.
party reconvened, and we took a while to discuss our best approach. Right. Um, we um, we discussed scouting out the mansion, and then we actually went and we like scouted out the mansion. We went all the way around it. There were a bunch of guards there who were sitting around these tables by the cliffside, uh, and they would eyeball any boat that got close to them, but also try to remain like calm, right? Like they were calm and cordial, friendly, keeping up appearances, but they were looking with intent at any boat that got too close to the cliffside, and that was our clue that the entrance would probably be there. However, we needed a way to distract said guards, or some way to slip in unnoticed. And that's when the answer dropped out of the skies like a savior with bat wings. And at first they held up Clover, but after a little bit of discourse, we were able to convince the vampire queen's son uh, that we were an interested party who was willing to enter into a discussion, right? So Suki, on the sly, and with no one else watching, arranged for a way that the guards would be distracted. They would be pulled away from their post, um, and they would have very little that they could say to prevent that from happening. I believe that the exact thing that's happening is they're gonna have dinner with the queen. So at dinner time, we are able to slip into this dungeon unnoticed, and they'll be none the wiser. Suki obviously does not mention that to the party. It's just a fancy illusion up there. That's what's distracting them.
Okay. And that leaves us. Okay. And I will do some funky time skips because I am not handling too many things. So let me go ahead and just confirm this right here. But essentially, what happened is you were basically preparing out to essentially go out in the morning to go over, not to the dinner time. It will be early morning. The
Oh,
queen,
okay. I
the
misunderstood.
yeah,
It's breakfast with the queen.
they were going to meet for just a simple lunch and discuss some things with the head of the household, the Anashian family household there. And they were going to discuss some things, and we'll see where those conversations lead us. But you all know that I would say that are you guys going to is Jin and Suki, are you going to stay at the mansion waiting for the others to arrive, or are you going to go back to essentially there and then track back?
I would think continue the stakeout. We're right here anyway. We're nice and comfortable.
Okay, then yeah, Clover, Suki, and Jin would essentially be there at the stakeout and keep keep there, and the rest of the party basically having after a while Clover would tell Adam that they are actually they're okay, there's a scary situation happening, but everyone's going to need their full long rest before the morning events, as the queen has promised a singular distraction, and you'll know when that distraction is. They are arriving, and they are just you are going to basically be going out to the actual mansion, and you are going to essentially find a way to meet up a little bit away from the mansion, enough to be able to scale the cliffside in order to get inside the dungeon that was found by Clover specifically. But before all of that, the Queen will do one last visit to Nilo in hopes to something. You're not too sure what, but they hopes to do something. So there will be one final test here of Nilo. This has been basically the dawn of the final day. It will be the infamous harvest blood moon is going to be up in the sky tonight. You feel there's a certain air of almost worry. There's a certain sense of concern that kind of happens with the time itself, though you know that you need to basically find some form of rest tonight in order to continue doing what can only be imagining would be a very tough fight mentally and physically. Um, okay, and that would put us here. Let me grab the very last scene transition here to the area, and we have Nilo, and I'm going to just have, for the sake of time, I will have Tyr already have stepped out at this point. You can convey any annoyances you have to the Vampire Queen at this moment.
I just don't like her. But honestly, if Nilo is, did she just arrive as well?
Yes, this would be where she is just arriving for the final night. It is morning. You don't know what time it is. You have no sense of time. The lights are always on. There's always someone watching you. Whenever they sleep and come back, you have no sense of time. You have been here for as long as what you can remember, this week, day, maybe longer, but you are still here. You can only track time itself by a rough feeling, and that's about it. And you hear those clacks of the almost faint sound of what can only be described as heels on stone as they get louder and louder as they approach. You see them wave away Tyr for the final time. Tyr, how is Tyr feeling at the moment?
Now that I think about it, is he AFK right now?
He
I'm back.
might be.
No, I'm here.
Okay.
I would say he's pretty much the same as he's been this entire time, where he's imp but also like excited, because like he's been waiting like a long time for something. This is probably bigger of a scale than anything else he's ever done. Um, so yeah, a combination of excitement, anticipation, and like a little bit of, I guess, a little bit of fear, since like doesn't know exactly what's gonna happen. And yeah,
Yeah. And yes, Neil, you do see you do see them rapidly approaching on a calmer pace, but essentially they are making their way over to essentially where you would be, and they are kind of that same general vibe in the beginning. They are making their way to there as you see them approach. They look to you, Nilo, as they finally approach, and you kind of see they seem very well rested. Like they have obviously been here. You're not really too sure with the sleeping schedule of kind of like what vampires would be. You'd assume that typically they are more in the night than the day, but they are here and they are. Just go to one last thing.
Really fast. This is the last day before
Yes.
everything, yeah. Like it is
Yeah.
the day, like that morning probably.
Yeah, you see them look, and like I said, you see a certain a giddiness about them, something that you haven't really seen before, where they seem to be very excited for something, but you're not sure what. You see her smirk extra, almost crooked today. You see her claws in her hands, almost like they are almost like just very vaguely, almost grasping at something as you kind of see her almost like playing with her own claws, as something seems to be having her excited as she looks over to you, Nilo, saying, "Oh, look, it's the final day. The final day for you to put all of this silliness behind you and make your final deal. Who knows what's going to happen by the end of the day? And I wouldn't want to see you suffer for too long."
At this point, Nilo's vision is not too. It's starting to be a blurred mess, but he can still sort of see and make out things. But he would just look at her and just mouth, "Welcome back."
Precisely. And and she kind of looks around, looking as though no one else is in the room, and she kind of does a wide sweep. "Look at, we soon will have such a grand audience. It looks like your friends have decided to come rescue you. And of course, whether they succeed or fail is, well, going to be such an interesting outcome either way. But you're going to need your strength for anything if they do manage to get all the way here, you're going to need some sort of strength, and you can't be looking like a rabid dog. How about you take a sip of my sweet, sweet rabbit here, and in exchange, we can talk about some relations together." You're gonna see
And
her
so
slowly, like, petting the head of the rabbit.
my answer is still no, and I have no reason to still trust you. If they decide to come and try and save me, that is their choice. But I refuse to accept your help.
You kind of see her as she looks at you almost. She's almost like a specimen, almost looking you up and down, kind of seeing your facial features, the way you're moving your body. Your resistance is something that I desire to see. So many people bow before kings and queens, but who does a king bow to if they're already the king? I would never do anything to hurt our relation together, but consider it a advancement. You help me and I help you. A simple deal, of course, just to help us get along a little bit better. One of your kin have already, well, we're going to be having an interesting time going forward.
What do you mean by that?
You're gonna see as she gives you almost a very sly grin. Well, partners tell each other things, and at the moment, you seem to be refusing my help. So, unfortunately, I have to not consider us partners as much as it pains me to do so.
Fine, you keep your secrets. But I still refuse your offer. I know I'm starting to lose it, but I have no reason to trust you. You have given no reason to trust you, and I do not want to hear of your deal until I am out of here.
Why don't you take why don't we take a little, a little payment forward, if you will? And you kind of see her looking down at the rabbit as the rabbit begins to this is clearly something they've talked about beforehand, but you kind of see her just give a small tap to the back of the rabbit's back as you see the rabbit begin to step forward, slowly climbing, not scared of you in any sense, and they seem to go up to essentially where the cage is, and you see them almost like stick their head like right next to the cage. Don't you want just a bite? I know you can smell it from here.
I, I refuse. I still would rather have my own supply
What
that
do
I
you...
should have had already. I do not want supply from a creature that has not willingly. I do not believe this is willingly offered or donated. I refuse to take it.
You see her kind of laugh a little bit. Of course it's willing. We've made our deals. Everyone makes deals. The poor end up giving taxes to the rich. The rich end up giving more to the others who are above them. There's always a hierarchy in the world, and we offer something that they need, and they offer something we want. Of course it's willing. It's as willing as a subject to their, well, partnership. It is a deal that we allow them to be here on this plane, and in exchange they just perform some basic services for us. It's entirely willing. They can always go back to their own plane, but they wouldn't want that. It's way worse there. This is minor inconvenience compared to what it's back at home. She'll go ahead and nod to the rabbit. You see the rabbit, they'll begin to, you see as you do that, they'll begin to basically unwrap the scarf around their neck, and you see them kind of drop it at the foot of the cage. As you see them kind of expose basically their neck, you see where the some of the scar lines have been from their neck, where they have been punctured several times over. All of them seem to have been healed either through some sort of healing magic or through natural regeneration itself. Only the faintest of scars lay there.
If what you are saying is true about my friends, then I have no reason to accept your offers.
She looks at you and she gives you a softer smile. Yes, but I'm sure, well, from one king to a queen, I'm sure relations will be very, very tight very soon, as I like to keep a good, well, we are neighbors after all, king of one kingdom and another, and don't worry, you aren't the only one I keep in contact with, but oh, I would so love to keep in contact with you, one of my own kin. You kind of see her kind of clicking her teeth at that a little bit as you kind of see those fangs kind of bite into the other fangs, just almost showing off the major incisors that she has.
I still don't understand what you mean by that, and honestly, until I am sober of my condition, I do not care to hear it.
Then why don't you take one last parting gift? I'll. And she kind of
I will not
looks.
take handouts from you. I do not trust you. I do not know you. And this is going to continue to be the conversation that we have had for the past 3 days.
Then why did you get the smell of some of the rabbits? I think you'll find them very, very inciting. And you kind of see as they leave the scarf that they were wearing, basically within arm's grasp of the cage, almost in the front of the cage, just basically being able to slip through that crack that is in the kind of caged bars. I'll get you a new scarf, darling. Ta-ta, come along. You see a very bare-necked rabbit begin to follow as she begins to trail out. The scarf is sitting there at the front of your cage.
God, I hate that woman.
Do you do anything with the scarf?
He would not grab for the scarf, but because it's been definitely drenched in blood for who knows how long, even if it's been cleaned, it would still be there. It's definitely making the process of that he's been fighting back a little bit harder.
You do, and you
His
smell that intense blood smell around the scarf itself.
His fur would be on end. His vision is starting to really get much more blurry. He won't have it past tonight if he even gets that far.
You do know that the rest of them will be back soon. Do you keep the scarf at the edge of your cage, or do you move it in any way?
He would think for a minute, and he would probably try and reach for it for no reason but to just give it back.
The person that you to give it back to is long gone at this point. She has already, as you were staring at the scarf, she has made her way out.
Well, guess I gotta escape just to give this scarf back. Yay. Okay.
And how long does it take you to grab that scarf then? How long would you be
Well,
staring at it?
I was gonna say it would probably be until he realizes people are starting to come back in. Like once he hears, because he can't see currently,
Yeah.
not great at least, but once he hears them getting closer, it would be like a snap reaction to grab it.
You notice.
Because at the time, it's like the thought process probably was just like, I should probably return that. I don't need it, and it would go back and forth. And then as soon as he starts hearing people, it just snaps, and he just goes for it.
You notice that on the scarf, out of everywhere inside the cage, there is basically a constant light that is essentially emanating from everywhere in the cage. For some reason, you notice that the inside of the scarf casts a shadow, despite all the light around you. And then you can see runic markings on the inside of the scarf.
God, I hate that woman. But this will be fun.
Meanwhile, as she eventually gets out, I'll say the rest of the party has um, basically conjoined further away from the mansion enough to be able to scale the cliffside effectively. I will give you like 10 to 15 minutes to talk to each other before entering the dungeon.
Catherine's gonna go up to Yip and Yap, kind of pull him aside for a second. She
Brio said
rubs
BRB.
her eyes for a second.
Brio, are you back?
Brio?
Brio
I
said
think
BRB
Brio
in
is
chat.
No. Okay. Well, somebody else do something. I'm grabbing the Yipsy and the Yapses. Somebody else can do something else, son.
You see, I told you they'd be distracted. It's exactly what the stakeout was for.
As you were, basically
Alright.
as you were making your way together, you would notice that there was a horse-drawn carriage of the most fanciest, like, carriage design in the world that just seems to be traveling on the road down from you all.
You know, it didn't take me very long to know that they were expecting visitors.
Oh God. Of course they are.
You know, I don't like the looks of that.
Me either.
No, I mean, it can't be anything good, but never look a gift horse in the mouth. It was the distraction that we needed to slip in.
True.
Yeah.
Listen, we're in, and that's what matters.
Little convenient, don't you think?
Of course.
We'll
Everything's
find out
convenient.
we'll find out who their guest is eventually.
I just don't like the idea that we are running out of time.
Correct. We also came here as fast as we could.
No,
Oh, absolutely.
I know that.
We wasted absolutely no time in getting here.
Listen, we're always running
Suki?
out of time.
What is that? Did I just break the fourth wall? Come on.
You know, no, you did. No, you did great. No, I know we got here as fast as we could. I'm just informing y'all because you have not seen him. Neither have I. The state that he is surely in.
Needs blood. You've got blood, meat, other things like that for him. Correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I made sure that I have the third.
If we need to lock him down, we can lock him down.
Yeah, I made sure that we had 3. He's back.
He's back! Get over here, motherfucker!
Grabs.
Grabs Kobold.
Grabs
Yes.
both kobolds, throws them to the side. No. She kind of. We'll finish our conversation and then I'll pull those two to the
Yeah.
side.
No, I just worry because we only have 3 to use, but I'm sure we'll be fine.
I can put him in jail for a bit if needed. I have ghostly prison. We could lock him up for a bit if needed.
Worst
I don't
comes to
think I've
worst, we
heard
can
of
use
that one.
Tyr as a blood bag.
This is also true. I do plan on doing some horrible things to that person. But
Really need to.
I need to talk with Yip and Yap for but a moment.
That's fine.
And she'll
Okay,
kind
cool.
of pull him off to the side for a second. And she'll start signing in Draconic as she speaks. So they're kind of all on the same page. And just goes, I know that you two think that you have screwed up, and we kind of made you feel that way. But this is the time to redeem yourself and prove your worth, not just to Nilo, but to the rest of the party. So, rip and tear.
Until it's done. You see Yep pop over like Yap's shoulder.
Until we are out of there and sorted away. Do what you need to do to make sure that everybody, specifically Nilo, can get out of there safely.
Gotcha. As also Yip says this, Yep gives you, just after hearing the rip and tear part, just gives you the. It looks like if someone didn't know how to smile correctly, gives you the widest of grin. It's almost like he's very menacingly trying to intimidate you, but you can tell it's trying to be a smile.
Wonderful. Wonderful. All right. And she'll kind of come back with Yip and Yap to the rest of the group. All right.
But while that's happening, I want Godwin to be scouting out this doorway,
Okay.
and then yeah, I'm gonna be avoiding notice as my sort of exploration thing.
Let's get in there.
Well, say you. This is right before you get in. This is right before you get in the dungeon.
Right before it, let me just.
Yeah, this is any final words before the dungeon starts.
Also, really fast.
Then I'll describe the
Sure.
dungeon.
I
Really
didn't know
fast.
Okay, I thought it was in the entrance.
I'm just doing some stuff on the side. Don't worry.
What's up, Saber?
Really fast. Jen would walk up to Hero, and it was just like,
Oh, right here.
please, please, can, because I know we've had a conversation that we totally talked about prior to this session.
Yes.
Totally. It's like I know I talked about it, but just make sure. Obviously, you help us at least get Neela out of here safe. That is all I care about. You can do whatever. Please, for the love of God. And if he starts attacking, we'll figure it out.
You're gonna say is like, I want to put down your king for a simple bloodlust. It's one of the first things we learn how to control. If they don't seem to have that control, I would not harm them for it, but instead maybe offer a chance for them to not have that happen.
Well, you better.
Catherine has also
Whoa.
threatened Hero a plethora of times of like.
Everyone's threatened Hero.
Except for
We're looking
Suki.
to go
Suki
to
hasn't threatened Hero.
True. I'll
Fine.
give you that much. Suki
Adam
is
hasn't
not.
threatened Hero.
Yeah.
True.
Well, it's like
Yeah,
it's like a half and half
Hasn't
thing.
threatened. He just
Asking
very
nicely.
much asking, very demanding.
Oh, I fully threatened his ass.
Oh, no doubt.
I made sure he knew his place.
Anybody else got anything to do?
Are we
Alright,
all
everyone.
ready
It is-
for what was about to come?
There's
I
people
got
right
one.
above us, so we're going it. We're doing this
Think-
quick. We're doing this quiet.
Real quick, while we're heading there, Adam is gonna pull Catherine. They're gonna fall behind the group a little bit. He's gonna be like,
Yeah, she's like lagging.
yeah. And he's gonna say, Suki did something. I don't know what, but Clover told me that he stayed behind with that shitty vampire prince.
Oh, joy.
I think he did something.
I'll be honest. I would be surprised if Suki didn't do something. In all honesty.
It might
The
have
odds that
something
this
to do.
goes according to plan is low. Uh-huh.
I just think we need to keep an eye on him.
Oh, 100%. I've been trying to do it this whole time. I'm trying to keep him close and get him friendly to me so that I can, use him later.
Smart girl.
Learn from the best.
Okay, that's all I wanted to do.
Yep, and with that, you notice that as you kind of, you're not too close, but you definitely can feel the sense of, like, especially Catherine and Adam, and a little bit of Suki as well, you can kind of feel that almost intense magic that is essentially kind of, as you get closer, like, you can feel almost like the Queen themselves seem to almost radiate that intense, vibrant, like, magical feeling. And you can kind of sense that, like I said, you kind of sense them with their presence getting closer and closer to the mansion. You feel that it is essentially time. As you kind of all begin to get a little bit closer, you don't really sure how, but you just know what is the right time. As you all begin to essentially find your way to scale, or one person can scale the mountain and then kind of bring the rest of them when you get into the dungeon. But essentially, you all find your way, one way or another, inside the cliffside, realizing Suki, especially being able to pick out an illusion for what it is. And it's almost like you're climbing along a wall as thick and hard as a wall can be. And then you kind of move your hand over to the side and you realize that there is nothing more than like a breeze that seems to go inside the rock itself, as if the air itself is flowing into the rock. And after you kind of get to that point, you realize that this is where the entrance would be. There seems to be almost a small, almost like a square archway on the inside where it's been carved out, with a series of small stairs going down. And you make your way down the stairs into the dungeon, knowing as you kind of hear the commotion, you hear a few shouts of people above, mentioning that the queen of the vampires, Miyu, has arrived, and all of them essentially kind of take a moment to essentially leave the area that they were looking at to go pay visit to the queen before going back to their post.
Alright.
And you find yourselves now in the stairs. As you go down the stairs, the lights themselves were once dim, but almost as if the closer you get to essentially as you're going down these stairs, the lights begin to essentially come alive as you all can feel an intense amount of magic, almost as if the walls themselves are made of runic stone. The floor itself is made almost like every single piece was cut with an exact precision knife. The area around here realized like it was molded. The floor itself is as clean as possible in this area. It is a somewhat almost stark contrast to what you would imagine a dungeon would be. Instead, it is so well maintained, as if this is just to be showing off what a stonesmith could do.
Well, this is eerie.
Alright.
As Godwin kind of
Protection active, guys.
as Godwin kind of creeps up to this door, Suki will slip in right behind him and whisper in his ear, "Have you tried knocking?"
Where I'm from, we generally don't knock on these kind of places. Do you?
"Oh, never."
And he's gonna peek through the door.
You peek through the door and you see a very small, thin line of, well, wall, just to the fact that it was a very small people. There doesn't seem to be anything on the inside, though you do hear the shifting of stone. Like rocks that seem to be grinding to each other.
Okay, I'm good to open this door.
You all now. I'm guessing everyone is out of the snow globe and in peak
Yeah,
physical
because
form.
I mean, I would assume so. As long as everyone gave Jin his clothes back, but I would assume he already took care of all of that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright. Form up.
Form a line of defense.
Choose that marching order.
I'm going in first.
The not
I'm also
fireball
detecting magic.
aesthetic, like.
I got my
The way
eagle
we're
eye
doing-
elixir in case there's any trapdoors or traps.
The way we're doing this, I'm coming in. I'm scouting out, and then you guys coming after. I'm good at these sort of things.
It's fine.
We'll follow you.
So, and then I'm just gonna do my. I wouldn't be getting this.
Yep, you realize that the walls are similar to everyone. Like you can realize that the walls themselves have very intense magical auras coming from them. It is almost magically blinding in a sense. It takes you a second to get used to it, as if almost feeling that magic along the walls.
What school of magic
My
is it?
avoid notice.
What school of magic?
Sir, shut up.
You're. Let me double check because you're upcasting at the 5th level.
Yep. So I think if it's 5th level or lower, I can tell what type of. I can't tell what magic it is, but I know what school it's from at least.
I would say it would be arcane.
Okay.
All right. So all of you have your scrying protections on. It's gonna be important. Don't take that off. These walls, they listen to ya. Luckily, what we've gotten will help with that. Just don't go anywhere without it, or think anything important. And with that, I'm stepping in.
Oh, we got a long rest before we enter the
Yes,
dungeon, right?
everything. Assume everything is fully. Uh, Godwin, as you step through the door, it's almost like as you were stepping through this door, you realize that there's almost like there was almost like a magical feeling as you step through the door, as if you were entering the like you're is essentially you are entering the dungeon for real this time. Like there's the entrance, and as you step through, it's almost as if the doorway itself seems to essentially like almost has like a wash of magic over you. It's almost nauseating to your feeling as essentially something or some kind of binding has been placed on you as you enter through this doorway.
Uh, yeah. Can I try to identify it?
Yes, you may.
All right. To be doing Arcana check, I'm guessing.
Go ahead and give me the Arcana check real fast. Let me double check to
Uh,
see which school. You would basically know that you can use. Actually, no, it's occultism. Sorry, occultism.
occultism. All right.
Hmm.
Occultism. And I am going to be using my kit. I'm gonna pull out basically some like apparatus
Hmm.
and like various sampling instruments to sort of sample like
Hmm.
the like latent magic
Hmm.
coming around. And we're gonna keep that blind. Alright.
It is of a higher magic than what you can detect with that. You're not really too sure what was just put on you, but you feel that there was something almost like a tightening of your throat a little bit as you're kind of like breathing in the air here, but nothing like immediately can stick out as harmful to you.
Alright. I'm gonna turn around and go back.
Okay.
Uh
As you
go
walk
back.
through the door, as you try to walk through the doorway here, you seem to be stopped by some sort of magical barrier. As everyone else, you kind of see Godwin begin to walk towards you, like they're walking through, and you see them basically walk into what is essentially what would be like a glass wall, essentially.
That's a really funny image.
Suki
Yeah,
points
his
and
face
laughs.
just smushed up against it.
Yeah.
Just
It's like, well, I guess you know the stakes, guys. We're we're clear
And
the path,
how
so this is the
how
final
exactly
step.
do we intend to leave?
Godwin, roll me a 1d20.
Here you go. 3d20, alright.
ooh.
Okay.
That's a 19.
As you begin to start talking to them, uh, you suddenly feel like your head begins to have this almost like pain, and as you begin to speak, you just hear what sounds to be like almost like a wind that seems to be going through your ear, and it begins to cause you pretty decent pain. 6 points of damage to be precise, as you suddenly start to get a headache that almost feels grinding against your head as you begin to speak to the party. And you all see as his face kind of scrunches up, not realizing this kind of pain of initially, and you kind of see him essentially struggle for a second, beginning to like having a pained expression on his face.
Yeah, Goblin's gonna grimace. Do I get any actual words out?
You do.
Okay. And you gotta, yeah, immediately shut up and try to communicate through the telepathic link.
You try to
the same
communicate
thing.
telepathically, and the connection seems to have been severed between you all. As you try to speak to them, you don't see any recognition on their face that the communication has gone through to them. As you all, everyone else is just kind of seeing you kind of going through these motions.
Mm. Well,
Everyone else,
guess there's nothing to
you're
do.
just watching Godwin have like a really bad time in front of you guys.
You're
Suki's
watching
enjoying
as
every moment.
Godwin's ears are starting to bleed.
Yeah.
It's bad. Like he's standing there. He's obviously trying to communicate, but it's just silent, nothing, and his ears are bleeding.
Is
Catherine just signs. Are you good?
You don't. They
Godwin
don't know
not knowing sign language.
Then she proceeds to speak telepathically into your mind. You good?
You don't sense his connection to you, Catherine.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Suki
Ah,
leans into
Just
Catherine.
blankly stares at
Perhaps
you.
some arcane countermeasures are required here.
it would. The issue is that I'm not exactly sure what we're looking at.
can I
So
try and identify maybe?
Yeah.
yeah, I'm like, can I
Give me an
roll an
occultism
Arcana?
check.
Oh, occultism. What's my
Mhm.
occultism? Actually, my occultism's not bad.
Could I also go for
Yeah.
occultism?
For identification purposes, anyone can roll occultism on this.
Oh.
Okay. You
Is
can
this-
tell that Adam's got a 19 on that, so
Yeah, you're fine.
Adam,
You good.
you can sense a magical aura that seems to be coming off Godwin. Not one that is. It's almost like there was a shadow over them, not in the sense of they're a physical person, but it's almost like in the magic itself. You almost see like a sense of like binding magic to their body. Like the magic, it's like imagine like you have like a smoke underneath like a bowl, and like that residue is kind of like on that bowl after you lift it up. That's what's kind of on Godwin at the moment.
So has the magic transferred from the door to Godwin, or is there still the magic on the door? Like if we step through, will we also be affected by this?
With that rule, you would assume that with this being essentially the official entrance to the dungeon, you feel that whenever you step through just by investigating the situation, it is a one-way entrance until you do whatever you need to get rid of the door to leave.
Yeah, this wouldn't have this didn't change anything, right? The veil privacy.
Yes, it actually is changing things, but not. It is changing things on the back end. I am aware of that.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, 'cause I don't know if it said it in chat, 'cause I did the wand, but I don't know if it went in chat. So I just wanted to make sure that that was there.
Yeah, you are basically
Was
getting.
it?
I will say that is going to prevent anyone from scrying on what you are doing inside the dungeon. What normally you would know that people
Okay.
do scry on stuff in the dungeon, you are counteracting that.
John is just gonna sigh, turn around, and beckon for them to come through. And he's gonna pull out a flask and chug it. There's gonna
It's
be
one way until
one way.
we get through this thing. No going back.
Yep.
We have no
Yep.
choice.
Just kind of pushes past everybody and walks in.
Oh, here we're going.
I hate
going past the
elves.
first one.
Adam
their
looks
trickery.
apprehensive.
Yep. Go through.
Well,
Adam kind of watches apprehensively.
Yep is also
Well.
on Yap's shoulders for this.
Yes.
Getting
guess you
cold
guys still
feet.
got cold feet then.
No,
Get cold.
just wondering if this is all really worth it.
I'm gonna try the telepathy again.
As you try, all of you, as you kind of go through that doorway, you send that similar washing over of like that nauseating feeling going through the door. Each one of you experiencing it in your own way. Though those less magically inclined would feel it less, those more magically inclined feel it even more. It's as if like
What?
something is shadowing your magic itself, like the weaves of threads of magic around you seem to be almost tugging at this, but it seems to be overpowering enough to stay on you.
Is there any way that I could try to like counter the effects?
You could try countering it for a little bit.
Or
I will say you can try counteracting it for a little bit, but it would essentially be it is a continuous effect that is happening.
Okay, fine.
Hmm.
He's gonna step over the line.
I have to say, you're all very brave. Suki regards the door.
What?
You feel a
Staying out
strong
here.
tug on
Yeah,
your
I do.
collar, Suki. As you
I
realize
do.
that you are very close to Nilo, you can feel it very, very close. You can just feel that sensation of that collar essentially trying to almost beckon you to where they are.
So, let me ask one question. Did Adam roll on the effect or the door?
They were
Like the
they were doing more of a general magic check
okay,
of
that's
the.
yeah. All right. I'm not gonna waste anyone's time by trying to find out more information. I don't think I can do better than that.
Took you a while, eh?
I was. Just give me one moment if you could, so kindly. My throat is on fire.
And as you both try to chide them, Godwin, roll me another d20. And same with you, Suki.
no, this is pretty bad and pretty miserable. Can
Uh,
confirm.
Godwin, as you begin to talk to Suki, you realize you kind of hear that whistling coming from your ears again, as you once again not only feel the effects of that pain again for 6 points of mental damage. As you begin to feel that damage, you kind of like cry out another like sound coming from your mouth. Roll me another d20.
Oh, I'm not talking. This
Oh,
is
you just saying that?
This is
Just
through. This is through the mental connect. This
the
is
mental
through
connection
telepathy.
is broken.
It's fully broken. I
It
thought it was
is
still
fully
up.
broken.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't establish that out on the other side.
Yeah,
No,
because
yeah, it
I will
just
give you the 6
got
HP back then.
okay.
it got broken
It's
coming
fine.
Okay, I thought it was still up through the. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
like,
Yeah, it is essentially a
Alright.
higher active magic that is essentially counteract that.
yeah.
Suki will try to cast a spell.
Okay,
I
and
want to.
also, Catherine, I will give you that 5th level spell slot back for today, just for the sake of it. I will give you that spell slot back.
While they're doing that, is there? Could I roll an elf lore to
Yeah.
see if I know this is like an elf dungeon thing that they do? Like this is just
Yes.
a common thing that they have? Eh.
Elf lore, I would say, with you specifically, elf lore, I will say that you know that most elves try to keep some sort of theme to dungeons to not just make it generic dungeon. So basically, you know that a lot of elves would essentially keep their dungeon extremely themed to specific themes. You're not really too sure what this one is, though it's almost safe to assume. But you can tell that this is essentially the runes that are etched into the walls themselves. You can sense the almost like the stone itself that seems to be emanating this whatever this is going on.
Gaia.
Hmm.
Suki will try to cast a spell. Suki's gonna try to cast Prestidigitation on a gold coin to
Okay.
slowly lift it, just to see if their magic is still working. The spell
Yep.
has verbal and somatic components.
Yep. Go ahead and roll me a 1d20. 7. Your spell goes off without a hitch. You can fully control the magic that you are experiencing. However, as you are beginning to say the verbal components, it does seem to almost spike. You kind of feel you're able to keep your concentration on the spell enough to have it succeed, but you do feel that intense pain that seems to rapture through your body, causing a 6 points of damage to seem to as you begin to hear that whistling in your ear that no one else seems to hear, but it almost drives you very painful in a sense as you begin to kind of clutch your head a little bit.
Jin at this point would just look at everyone and it's just like, kind of just indicating stop trying to speak.
Yeah, I'm ready to skedaddle, but the game's paused.
Catherine just signs understood.
Yeah.
Yip
Yep,
shakes his
yep.
head. Yeah. Yip shakes his head.
Suki doesn't speak sign language.
signs in Draconic. Don't speak.
Yeah,
What
shakes
does
his head no.
what does draconic signing look like?
Well, it looks like you have like they make their hands into that have a dragon's mouth and like talk with it like a hand
Like a shadow puppet. Yeah.
of it.
Just like Peppermint.
But also at this point, Jin would pull out one of the two. He would pull out one of the two
Ew, what that?
rods that he has.
As you're all discussing, you hear the sounds of shifting stone. Something seems to be almost forming from the pebbles around this room. And in the middle, as you're all doing this, you see a very small creature that seems to be forming in front of you.
Oh my god. It's
Little
evil. Quickly.
cutie.
Rock.
Quickly. Go for
It's a
it.
little rock guy. It's
Does
probably
it
gonna
seem-
kill us, but it's so cute.
Does it see me?
Uh,
Go ahead.
yes, it sees you, God. It actually
Nick, I'm-
announces loudly to the. What do you mean, Godwin?
Man, I'm avoiding notice. I'm sneaky.
You rolled a 2.
Nice.
You were
Neat.
trying to avoid notice.
Listen, I just want to make it clear that
You were trying.
I'm actively not trying to be noticed throughout all
I
of
will
this.
say, it is not staring directly at you, if that's any comfort. You see that it begin to shape form, and it says, as you kind of see it begin to see, you almost like the sounds of like grinding stones together, but it begins to kind of form in as its words and mouth. It says, "Welcome to the dungeon! This is the Anashian dungeon. It's a pleasure to have you all here today. I haven't even had adventures in so long. I'll make sure to help you all the way through the dungeon." Right now, you're probably wondering
No.
why you can't speak.
Signs. Yes, that would be helpful.
Adam
So it's
signs.
to tip this thing
Adam
over.
signs like, can you understand this?
Oh yes, I've
Go,
specially
go,
been
walk.
trained to understand sign language. You've entered the Anashian dungeon. In this dungeon, you may not speak unless you have a penalty of pain. It's a great sensation for, well, us to witness, but unfortunately it looks like, as you kind of see him, kind of grimace a little bit looking around, we can't seem to be able to see all of you, so I'm not really able to relay, I'm going to have to relay all the information, well, I can't seem to relay it as much. But it's going to be such a fun time going through the dungeon with you. I can't wait to see what you can do.
I'm
As
gonna
it's-
brush past this thing and tip it over as I do.
Okay,
Jin is going.
give me an athletics check.
Yep. And as as Godwin like sort of walks towards and past this thing, you see the same thing that happened at the tournament. His body is like he's like a foot taller than he usually is,
Yeah.
and like he's basically like stretched out.
You
Don't
try to
stretch
like
me otherwise, my dude.
you try to tip him over as you're trying to kind of like go past, and as he's just staring at like all the rest of you speaking, as you try to brush past, you see him just completely
Yeah.
grip and hold on to what you were trying to knock him over with, as he says, "Please do not interfere with the dungeon guide. I'm here to help you, not to hurt you. The dungeon is here to hurt you. I'm here to make sure you understand the rules."
I'm just walking
Jin
past
is
him.
Jin is just going to mouth, "What are we, children?"
No, it's just like
Catherine. Yes.
This is this is obviously like a spy, like a spying tool.
It
This is
literally
to
admitted
monitor us.
that, so yes.
Yeah.
This is just here to monitor us and nothing else.
I need to check.
that's
Oh,
not supposed to be a dual Suki.
I am very free to just walk past this thing as it's explaining the rules.
Let me. Oh, I do not have sign language, so I cannot.
It as it kind of begins to say, It's okay, I won't be talking very much. I just want to make sure you understand the rules before you end up talking and hurting yourselves too much. And of course, you're more than free to cast any sort of spells you like here. There's nothing preventing you from magic, but if you do anything involving verbal, it will be causing intense pain. And says,
This should be
anyways,
fucking
time to
awesome.
follow me and I'll take you down to the other floor dungeon.
Suki's
We
digging through their bag at this point as they
Goblin's
walk.
gonna,
You're not really sure what they're digging for.
Goblin's gonna like gesture that there's a path over here
Mhm.
and just move down it.
Yep and Yap are gonna follow after. Did it give its? I forgot. Did it give its name or no?
I think
One
it's just
second.
dungeon guide.
He
Dungeon
just
guide.
he
Yep looks
described
like.
it as a dungeon guide.
Yep looks kind of. You see, he looks slightly excited.
Yep and yep. As you begin to walk down, you start to see what looks to be very almost crazed individuals that seem to be in cells, locked
Right.
to the south of you. You can see that there was several body parts that have been essentially um, thrown inside the cage for some sort of purposes. You see them gnawing on this bone as they seem to be almost like a hunger in their eyes that does not seem to be sated. They seem to have a very crazed look about them. You see what looks to be a very faint looking crown tucked away in a big giant pile of various bones and the like.
Jin would mouth. Who are these people?
Shrug.
These people are the various people that have been, well, welcome to the dungeon by our great, and he kind of as he kind of gestures to both of them. These are the few people who have tried to enter the dungeon and have failed, and a few of these are people we've captured ourselves. We forced them to go through the dungeon, and well, they didn't exactly succeed, so now they're here, and they've been really fantastic people, so kind and generous, and so we treat them with all these bones and flesh.
Hey, there was nothing down this hallway, right?
I will say, as you did go down the hallway, you saw at the very end of the hallway what looked to be a huge amount of just bones that have been piled up. Just not really too sure, like no rhyme or reason, just a giant hallway of essentially picked clean bones.
Can I investigate and see what, like, who these bones belong to?
Hmm. Roll me an investigation check. Not investigation. Roll me
I
a,
I can do many
roll
things,
me
but
a society check.
society. Okay.
You can tell that these bones are made of various other species. There seems to be a few goblin bones, kobold bones. There seem to be bones of all different sizes and structures. The bone mass themselves seems to be of varying degrees. All of them picked as clean as can be, but you know there is no rhyme or reason to what species has been selected and what hasn't. It seems anything is fair game in that pile.
I see. And then these are like barriers, right?
You see, it looks to be just regular cell doors, though there is a very small, faint magic aura. As you get close, one of the almost ghoulish-looking creatures tries to get close and tries to snatch out at you. But I'm
Oh yeah,
assuming you'd
I'm
be
gonna.
able to. You're. It's reacting slow enough for you to essentially get out of the way first. As you
Yeah,
see, go
I'm
ahead.
like going along this wall. I just didn't want to overlap other people's
Yeah,
tokens.
you're good. You kind of see it as it goes down. Godwin, give me a elf lore check.
Oh lord, I can do that.
Is there a DM I'm expecting?
Not yet.
Okay.
You look at some of these. You've actually seen what can only be described as well. Some of them you recognize. They seem to be A few of them seem to be prisoners that you remember putting behind bars quite a long while ago. You assume that they were set free after, well, essentially serving their time, but a few of the people inside the cells seem to be people you recognize that you assumed were free and to go back to their own home, even taken from their home to be put into the jail cells where you work, but the jail cells you have are not the worst in the world, but not the best, but they serve their time and they should be free, and yet they're here inside this area.
Hmm. All right. Do they have any like distinctive markings on them that would signify anything?
Other than you see what looks to be a few, you see like in each of the cells there seems to be some sort of fancy like jewelry of some kind that's mostly looks like it's been stained in blood. As for the bodies seem like they have basically been decaying, rapidly. Either you see like holes in their skin that have like these divots. You see their jaw seems to be slack. They seem very sickly in appearance and they seem to have this just overall almost stench about themselves that has been unkept and essentially rotting.
Yeah. Goblin tenses up a bit and moves on.
I'm gonna see as you see them begin to describe. Yes, and they kind of as you're looking around, you see these various creatures. Oh boy, I sure hope that somebody passes the dungeon. Whenever I've been here, not a single person has managed to actually make it to the end and survive the final boss. Of course, I think and they kind of say almost curiously, it is so exciting to see someone complete it. I was made for the purpose of helping people through a dungeon, and yet I haven't had a single person succeed. It's such a shame, really.
Goblin kind of relaxes as he like slips into the shadows here,
Yeah,
and he's gonna walk up and he's going to try and snuff out this torch. He's gonna sort of slide up next to it, and his shadow is gonna wash over the wall and just sort of grab, like, unfold from the wall and grab the torch
yeah.
and try and extinguish it.
As you extinguish it, you do realize it is a magical light, so you are able to essentially you can cover it up and make it go out by that cinch, but you can tell that you can't get it to stop producing light, but you can cover it up to hide the light from basically permeating through things. But you're not going to be able to extinguish the
Yo.
light.
Alright. Sure.
Also, Catherine is going to, after
Yeah.
like that first row of like the
Mhm.
caged creatures, let Adam get in front of them and just kind of hold on to a little piece of their tailcoat.
You can
Just
sense an extreme amount of like dead here, Captain. Like there is the feeling of undead, the feeling of necromancy that is at play is very strong.
yeah, that's why she's kind of just holding on to a little bit of Adam at this point.
Adam, without looking, just knows and just holds his hand out behind him for her.
She'll take it
Oh.
Adorable.
and kind of pull herself close to him almost.
Hmm.
Just kind of as you're
Okay.
going through, they seem to be talking about their wishes with the dungeon. You see once again, you see what looks to be even more. Some creatures seem to be a lot more along in that decay than others. There's clearly been some time that where some seem like they have been almost completely gone, almost unable to essentially even walk with their tendons exposed, their flesh essentially keeping them from even having the muscle mass to like move around. And some of them seem to be like just barely on that edge of essentially turning itself.
I'm
What
going
does
to I'm going to sort of like loosen the scarf around my neck and like
Mhm.
unwrap it and sort of like gesture towards this thing. Like basically communicating that like I'm gonna try to hit it.
Yeah. This one in particular seems to be like it is slowed so much. You can see almost it almost is like even with the motion, it seems to try to get to the front of the cage. Just almost mindlessly trying to get to the front of the cage. You can almost hear what sounds to be like bones almost snapping as it's moving for the first time and you don't know how long. And you see it as its leg bone almost snaps in two as it's trying to go forward, itself falling forward at your feet, though with a hungered look still in its eyes as if it needs some sort of sustenance, and you are that substance.
I'm like looking around to everyone, being like, you guys cool if I just slam this thing? Any objections?
Jin would look at
Catherine's
you
gonna.
and
Yeah, Catherine's gonna be like, no, stop.
Like,
Jin's going
yeah.
to also shake his head and is just like, no.
Yep, it's giving like you a head tilting confusion of what you're trying to do.
The thing, I'm worried because we passed a lot of these. I'm worried of these doors opening once we're in, and then we got all these guys to worry about later.
I'll just.
Because yeah,
She
what?
just kind of looks at you and just shakes her head again.
Because yeah, what?
we
what's the
can't
door
can't
look like
convey
here?
any complicated thoughts without sign language.
They look at you
Yeah.
intently, hoping you can understand their feelings eye to eye.
Yeah, I'm like tapping the door, and like motioning it, like it coming out and then like around the corner. You know, I'm getting the point across.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You
What is
just
the
your actions are exactly that.
what is the door like look on this?
It looks like there is a magical cage with no, no obvious like door. You're not sure if the cage slides up or down or what the like, but there does seem to be a sense of magical protection on the cage, keeping anything in or out.
Yeah, I
I have a
really don't
question.
like that.
hmm
This feels like an ambush. A
I mean, this
telegraph
whole
ambush.
the whole situation is bad. I'm very curious about this one, just because I see that it has it appears it appears to be a fox,
hmm
possibly, and I know from Saber that an important piece of fox lore is that when they have inner ear fluff, they're royalty. So does this one look like royalty?
Roll me a lore check.
All right. Do you want a
Kitsune.
politics lore? Kitsune. I am trained in that lore. And we're going to do a blind GM roll and throw it out there.
Okay. Yes, it is essentially one of it is a longer forgotten, a few years ago, there was, essentially one of the noble, children of the, when it's a child kitsune, it's clearly not, like, under 18, but it's, like, around the 50 to 60-year mark. You recall a particularly, noble kitsune born that was essentially, as far as everyone knows, they assume that they went off to go on adventure in a new town. Though a few years ago, whenever they left, no one ever actually heard them coming back. Everyone just assumed that they were essentially going off on some sort of adventure. They said that they were going to the Elven City to get some supplies for a upcoming adventure, and they just haven't reported back from that adventure. And you kind of look at their body and realize that this is indeed that one of the noble house's sons in the Kitsune village.
Hey, I lost connection for like a minute.
Yeah. It is a Kitsune noble son from one of the Kitsune noble houses.
Okay.
Though they went missing as long as just like even as early as like a 4 years ago.
basically long enough for it to be an adventure, but not long enough for it to cause concern if they were
Mhm.
gone for that long.
Yeah. but no one's went missing. I mean, no one's went
Looking.
looking for them. Hmm. I want to beckon the. I want to beckon it closer.
As you do, it looks at you like it wants to consume you. You see a almost
Okay.
orange glow in its eyes as you kind of motion towards it. It was just kind of like almost just sitting, staring, not really having any kind of thought behind its head. But as you kind of get closer, the smell of your body, the smell of living is permeating through enough, and you kind of see them twitch their nose a second, and like for the first time you've seen them, they blink, and they instantly start to just run and start to almost on all fours run at the cage and try to essentially grab out of the cage. But as you see they do, they try
And
to reach
Suki's
through the
standing far
cage.
back enough
Yeah,
that they can't actually reach through the cage.
you see they
Now, does their head fit through the bars at all?
you see they almost see them try to reach through the cage. There was obviously there was holes big enough for their hand to go through, but as you see them try to reach out to the cage, it's almost as if they are stopped by a glass pane that seems to be on it itself. You imagine that this is the magic on the doors, where even though there is holes, there is nothing that it is allowing in and out without the magic user's permission. So even though their hand can clearly fit through the hole, it is like they are stopped on a almost like a thin layer of glass between the hole that's where the cage is.
Okay.
And as they run
I
towards the
s-
thing, a silvery, uh, Suki, a like silvery, you're gonna hear like a whoosh on your to your left, and Godwin's scarf is just gonna be hurtling towards this lad.
You do, and the scarf stops at the cage as if it is being prevented from the berry. Though I will give you an attack roll to see if it can bypass the cage.
What? All right. We're gonna be doing. Yeah, let's grab Johnny's on this.
Mm.
Ha!
It bounces back and hits
Bounce
Suki in the
straight
eye.
up.
No,
Bounce
you
straight up.
the the first strike roll of the session.
that's not. Godwin would like that. That's not a nat 1 for Godwin.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's
You-
just an added. That's a nat 20 with without taking responsibility for doing it.
Yeah.
Goddamn right.
You see that the scarf is stopped by the magical barrier that seems to be it. Like you can tell your scarf can fit through the cage, but yet it doesn't pass through, as if there is no, even though the hole is there, something is stopping it from going through that hole.
Hmm,
You're gonna see the guy turn back. Don't you have to
what's
worry.
the word?
All of these cages are perfectly sealed with magic. This is their punishment for not being able to go through the dungeon. Well, at least half of them. Some of them just came here without me even realizing it. I'm only here to guide adventurers, not anyone else. As it turns
I'm
back with its
gonna
almost
Does he
childlike
back.
have
innocence.
any symbols on him?
Yes, actually. You see on him, though it is mostly coated in what can only be described as stained with blood. You'd imagine once it originally was a beautifully white. It is a white lotus petal that seems to be. It's a white lotus petal brooch that seems to be pinned on their suit, but their suit has been ragged. It is torn. There is holes in it. It is a faded, almost blood-stained white lotus at this point.
Okay. Is that enough for me to identify the house he belonged to?
Yes. It is from House Jarvis.
House Jarvis.
Oh, their name is Chippy.
It's
Okay.
Chippy.
All right, I'm satisfied with that. I don't think there's
Right.
anything else I'm missing here.
Can I mouth to Chippy? So, because you talked about boss, so can I ask who's the boss? Then, like, mouth out those words.
You're gonna see as it understands you in perfect clarity. Ah, yes, the dungeon boss themselves. That would be Tia and Ashian, the creator of the dungeon, along with their funding and assistance from the other families. we were able to make this beautiful dungeon. But of course, everyone here knows that, but anyone here obviously doesn't leave the dungeon. I so hope maybe one day you can tell their tale to the world, because right now, if you don't end up destroying Tyr, then you won't be able to leave the dungeon, and then you won't be able to tell the world of the beautiful dungeon that's been portrayed here. It's such a loss.
Quick question: has anyone looked
So,
down this hallway yet? I think I know I saw Jin looking that
I
way.
looked at it
I don't-
vaguely. I saw a zombie gnome.
I'm planning on make like a full sweep of these and being like, hey,
Yeah.
is there anybody important in these cages that I recognize?
You
And
notice
you
a
keep
few
note of?
of them. There's a few more tokens
Yeah.
than what is accurately represented here. But you do notice that a few of them seem to be some of them seem to be a few of the nobility of various realms, various kingdoms. But you'd imagine that they came here for one reason or another, some sort of ambassador journey, and they don't. And for some reason, they seem to be here instead of back at home. You don't. Whenever they came to this area, they went home just fine, but now they're here for some reason. Somehow, in the transition, either they something happened and you're not too sure. You're trying to find out, you're trying to look, you're trying to figure out something that could lead you down a path, but all of it just seems to be almost sickening. The people who you once sat around, the ones who you would see visiting the towns, people that essentially were almost welcoming inside the city, now seem to be turned to this almost hungering, ghoulish look about themselves. These are all friends of the Elven Kingdom. Most of them have visited once or twice. You've heard reports of essentially people that have come to town, nobility that you've basically looked at. There's been a few missing reports from the actual towns where they've tried to retrace their steps and seeing them back in this town, seeing if there's anything that could possibly find. But all of the investigations that you've had have come up short in this area.
Yep. Uh, Probably on like the fourth person. Going. He's just gonna have his like jaw more like set and like a very like stern expression. He's gonna go a little more quickly.
That doesn't mean leave us.
My time has come.
Scout.
Nah,
I'm a scout.
I must go. My people need me.
I must go.
Godwin was gone.
You see as you go down there, you kind of see more and more of the creatures. And some of them seem to be more freshly turned. Some of them, almost decayed to the point where their legs have been completely just snapped from decay itself. And others seem to be still just kind of in that mindset. Whatever transformation they've gone under, it has already been beset to them by the time they've gone in these
Is-
cells.
Is knowing that this is necromancy, is there a role I could do or something like that to try and see if I recognize whose magic this is? Like
Yes,
as a
you can.
well?
You
Because
can
I
do
was
that
about to start doing
occultism.
something, and then I wonder. Occultism?
I am back.
Yeah.
You got it.
Did I miss anything?
Godwin
Ooh,
recognizes a lot of the people in here.
And I rolled a 40 to see if I recognize whose necromancy magic this is.
Damn.
That's a good number. I like that number.
Me too.
let me quickly
Yeah,
find.
a lot of people.
If
Go
you
All
want
the
to
ahead.
just
people that are
message, if
in
you want to just
here.
message me, that's also fine.
No, I mean
Yeah,
you would
all the
know that.
people.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm just telling Pockets. All the people that are in these cages are um like friends and allies of this kingdom.
I'm trying. I'm trying to figure. Did I not write down? What is the Hunger God's name again? To you? For some reason I don't have. What's the
I
name
got
of?
it. I'll send it to you. Give me a minute.
Yeah, because I thought I could have sworn I had it because I have Eris here,
Okay.
but I don't see. I'm trying to see what the other one was named.
I gotcha. If
Quickly
you need
get.
me to pronounce it,
There we go. That was it. Also, no, it is not that turtle. This
Okay,
would be the
okay.
work of. You can tell this is the work. This is not like just necromancy. This is almost like it is. You have a vague sense. It is something that you've learned about in your classes. This is the
Mm,
work of essentially Yawgmoth, the god of essentially hunger, and the one that is
yeah.
essentially home to that of various hunger-driven creatures from the more feral ghouls to some even the vampires themselves. Some have been known to worship it. Anything that just preys on the intense amount of hunger. Those even those who have hunger for a certain passion. It is almost that jealous hunger that is never satiating. Those who want to achieve power but will do anything to get it. Those who want to obtain essentially standing but will do anything to get it. Those who have been corrupted by their need. There is not just a hunger, it is a need for something that has never been satiated, and it is that need that drives them mad.
Right.
Yeah,
She,
that one.
Catherine is somehow giving off a vibe of a scared rabbit, like something that is like if her hair could floof like neck floof, it would.
I'm gonna look back and sign at her. What's wrong?
You're just gonna get a just um the sign for basically like a bad juju.
That was that one's gonna noticing Catherine seems spooked. He's gonna walk up, take one of the he's covered in a bunch of like paper like warding charms.
Mhm.
He's gonna take one off. He's gonna put one on like just sort of like pin it to the shoulder of her dress.
He kind of is
And
just like a little taken aback by it and just kind
she's
of
gonna
nods in agreement. Kind of
I'm signs back. What bad juju?
the interpretation is a little odd, but it's basically the vibe of not good magic. But it could also be interpreted as like the bad undead magic or even just smell is bad.
Someone's gonna pull out a notebook
Mhm.
and like just scribble down uh one of the he's just gonna scribble down and then like show you guys what's the conversation about, what happened.
I'll just snatch the notebook really quickly and just be like,
Yeah,
there's bad magic oriented with these uh, zombies. Seems to be Yawgmoth. Not a good person.
Can I roll to see what I know about Yawgmoth?
Yeah.
Because I'm assuming there's not a sign for Yawgmoth the hunger.
Give
Like,
me a cult. Give me a
I think
cult.
I know
Give me a
phonetically.
cult lore check.
would it be a cult or would it be a religion?
A cult, not occult.
Okay.
A cult. Your lore skill.
Oh, my lore skill.
A cult.
I'm finally using it.
Not occult. A cult.
Colt.
A cult. You would know that there is essentially a few, especially knowing the name, you would have heard it in passing. Some even use it more as a general warning of the more. It's kind of like one of those old wives' tale where if you end up going insane with need, then then Yawgmoth will come to claim you. And it is some treated as a almost just a general warning, while others you can tell they clearly treat it as something much more intense. They even say like always practice humility, or else lest you be driven mad with greed, or lest you be driven mad with hunger. You've heard of the name a few times, but never really seen something as intense as like anyone like full-heartedly dedicated to it. but you don't know that. At least you can imagine that this is a very real god, not one that is just fairy tale, but one that is more locally known, especially among certain groups of people.
Would I have not seen his effects? Would Adam have not seen his effects, like, on people through, like, his father, maybe?
Yeah, I would say I would say that you probably have seen some people who've been affected by almost on that bridge of like almost at that turning point in their life where they want to hunger for something to such great extent that you kind of see that almost hunger that begins to almost rapture their body. But I would
Mhm.
say through some successful interactions and stuff, they were able to be brought down from that, but you haven't seen a case of someone fully giving into that yet.
Okay. So basically he's the god is more like he's like embodies just hunger for whatever, just a hunger in general, and he can kind of almost like possess people who go too far with their hunger.
Yeah,
Okay.
usually those with food, especially those in need of food, will find themselves much more quickly, but it's a lot harder to basically have it in terms of like passion and emotions. But you can almost see it in some people's eyes where they hunger for something. Most of the time it's food, but you do know of a few cases where even the hunger of passion, the hunger of desire, the hunger of just the will and power can also drive people insane. It is essentially the insanity that comes with not getting something that you feel that you would need or owed.
Hmm.
So Catherine
Jinwoo
would
look.
Godwin's
really know this guy.
I feel like
Uh,
Adam would be familiar with him too. Um,
Godwin's gonna hand out like a torn out piece of paper, just sort of motion to like pass it around. And it's gonna say like, be careful. Yagmoth corrupts the soul, not just the body. And then specifically to Yep, he's gonna give a page that just says, "Don't let Yap eat anyone."
Don't let Yap eat anyone.
He's
Suki
gonna
gives a
like
weird look.
fingers like eye to eye, like this is
He-
important.
also,
Did you give him
Jinwoo
just?
look.
Did you just give him the paper, or did you give him like something to write with back as well, or?
I give him like the whole notebook, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Notebook and pen, yeah.
You have your one piece of paper, you share it among
You,
everyone.
you see, and then he likes write little under it, and like very his writing's not the best for common. It's like right like only one. He's eating a lot. He just types, but he's eating a lot already. Like very small writing.
Wait, are people in here?
No,
Not yet.
no,
I'm like,
just in general.
God was like, he sees it, he goes wide eyed, and then
You could
he's just gonna like scribble down, and he's like, when, where?
uh, you see him start like writing like before
He's
we
like,
came here. Starts writing that down. You can tell he's not writing about in the dungeon. So,
oh my lord. He's, God was like panic breathing at that, like a heavy, like, buckled. He's just gonna like, a single bead of sweat is just gonna roll down his forehead, he's gonna wipe it off. Thank the Lord. Alright.
Jinwoo
And
grab a
then
piece of paper and write on it and give it to you, Godwin. Why is Tyr relating to this? Why is Tyr doing all of this with this then? How is he connected at this point?
he's gonna write down Tyr, Tyr is a practitioner, a closely connected to this god. If there's anyone who knows the most about it, it'd be him.
He's just Jin's just going to nod and just continue walking and motion to everyone to follow.
Yep.
Damn. I feel like we just got a lore drop there.
Just a little.
You see a
That's a lot.
series of steps that seem to guide you down to the next floor. As you're gonna say, as you're gonna see, you see your little friend Chippy just turn around, and as he's kind of addressing anyone here, okay, thank you, and like he kind of looks around. So this was just the holding area. The actual dungeon's on the next floor. That's where all the challenges are. This is more just the holding place for those who don't exactly pass all the challenges. Well, at least the ones who failed to, well, be put down in the process. But I'm sure you'll be just fine.
Jin would just mouth just the examples.
Yes, the examples across all there, and he kind of points up to the stairs. These are just, well, I don't know why. And you kind of see looks a little bit more curious. I'm not really too sure why Tio has all of these here, but they've all come at separate times. It's always good to see new people to the dungeon. He always likes to keep one, especially in whoever tries. At least one is always kept from each group. There's so much to know about people. You can take years getting to know someone, especially if they're still here and nowhere else to go.
Okay, I'm gonna push it down the stairs.
Okay, give me competing strength
It's talked for
checks.
too long. It's talked for too long. I pushed it down the stairs.
Jesus Christ.
30. How strong is
Wow.
this thing? What the?
What? Well, stronger than Godwin.
Obviously.
Adam
Godwin
phys-
needs to fucking chill. You 300-year-old old man detective.
Adam
You're gonna
physically
rush.
face palms.
You see, as you go out to try
Chicken's
to
laughing.
push them,
I just do a little like,
you see, that you critically failed this check. As you do, you kind of see them as you try to go to push them. You see them almost without even looking at you. They grab your palm, or they grab your hand as you are reaching kind of out to them, and they almost just basically suplex you as you begin to tumble down the stairs, taking 6 points of falling
oh,
damage.
oh, these are fucking fighting words. This thing's
Not even
suplexing
that.
me.
Please
This
do not
thing's
Jin-
touch the
suplexing
dungeon
me.
guide.
Jin also just looks at you and just mouths. It's just like, have I not taught you to not judge a book by its cover, especially with tiny creatures?
Godwin can't
I have
read lips. He
failed.
doesn't know what you're saying.
You just see
Yeah,
them.
it's like Jin is just like, I have failed you and Nilo at this point.
You sense
Godwin-
As he just
disappointment.
shakes his head at you and just
Going
walks
down the-
past you.
I think you assume they
You
had.
guys understand how much of a rush Godwin is in.
I will say they only rolled a 2 on their first check, so it looked like they had a really low modifier. They just rolled a 2 the first time you saw them.
What the?
Yeah.
Is
Yeah,
this
this
a
thing.
basic dungeon guy? Like, what the?
No. Bro, this thing's like a level like 15 creature, so it just has crazy stats.
It's not level 15.
Wait. It was made by. Never mind.
Uh-huh.
I was gonna say it was made by Tier. I'm like, how do you get the budget for this?
I'm not gonna lie, I had to search for our tokens. I could not find it for a second.
Yeah, please scroll down all the way to the
Okay,
bottom
hold on.
left of the
Oh
map.
my god, this is big.
Welcome to the
Yeah.
dungeon.
Welcome to the dungeon.
It's a 1-floor dungeon.
Yikes.
Alright.
Guys, I see a glowing room in the distance.
Lucky.
I thought I got rid of it.
Proceed.
I don't
We
see
proceed
anything.
with the plan.
Exactly.
So all of you should be invisible over there, but
I do not see the room.
I do not
if
see
that
anything.
matters.
Yeah.
as
Nah,
you
I
see,
just
as you
see-
see Godwin tumbling down the stairs, Chippy just follows very happily past you all. As you see, as you
Just
make your way through here,
roll.
you see a very, whoa, whoops, please stop. Hold on a second. No, Suki, bad.
What did I do?
Doogie's over
Face to
here.
the wall.
I know, I didn't realize that you had access to grab something. Don't worry about it. So you see,
didn't do
in
anything.
front of you, you see what looks to be some sort of magical barrier that seems to stretch from one end of the wall to the other. And to the right, you see what looks to be a door. And you kind of see him, you kind of see Chippy just happily walk through this magical barrier and then turn around to face you all on the other side of this barrier.
Yeah, I'm peeking through this door.
Wait, where's Yip and Yap at? I don't see them.
Did I forget to add you to the scene?
You forgot about Yip and
Oh
Yap.
yeah,
Look
because
at
you said you weren't going to be here, so I deleted you.
Oh
Wow.
my fucking god.
Damn.
Let me
Bruh.
get-
What?
Gone,
Yeah.
reduced atoms.
There we go. I will
Also, I didn't
see.
critically grab athletics, by the way.
I will say, there doesn't seem to be a like keyhole through this door, though. As everyone begins to make their way, you see Chippy just kind of patiently waiting. You see their arms kind of swaying to the left and right, almost just idly waiting for everyone to kind of get over here. You sense the door it seems to be locked at the moment, unable to be opened as everyone begins to kind of file through the hallway.
Alright, I guess we try the barrier then.
As you begin to try, you realize that the barrier does seem to be some sort of preventing you from going forward. As Chippy kind of waits for some of the people, and then he speaks out to everyone. Okay, everyone, this is the first room of the whole dungeon. Hopefully, you guys can keep it. Hopefully, you guys can keep your cool heads in there. And then he says, "In this next one, you're going to be facing various mirrors here. This room is to help you distinguish friend from foe." And as he says that, you can hear a audible click from the door as it opens up. As he says, once you go inside the door, then you'll be able to see what the whole deal with the room is. Like I said, this is called and then you kind of, you're going in there. Like I said, this is going to be the room of reflections, helping you distinguish what is and isn't, well, friend or foe. As you kind of go, you see everyone here. As you kind of go, you see a set of mirrors that don't seem to be, they don't seem to show any of your reflections. Yip and Yap, are you joining the party?
Yes, I am. It was struggling with me moving stuff.
You
Appears being a little. No, Yip and Yap actually go start walking back up the stairs. They're done for the night. They're going back.
Our time has come.
They didn't get enough sleep. They're gonna go back to sleep actually.
Go back to Snow Globe. Don't mind me, guys.
Don't mind me. I'm not here right now.
Oh,
No,
actually,
they-
that's a good question.
Hmm?
Catherine's going to kind of test the magic with the snow globe and see if it's being interrupted here.
The snow globe itself seems to be perfectly fine, though as you kind of try to feel inside like the snow globe as you're trying to like connect your mind to the place, you realize that the teleportation magic to get inside seems to be blocked, but the snow globe seems to be perfectly fine.
Yeah, I thought so.
You realize that any sort of as you're kind of looking and you're trying to like reading the walls, you recognize that some of the walls itself seem to be counteracting any sort of teleportation. You feel that you are all locked inside this dungeon. At least until what you can assume would be the complete or killing whoever is the head maker
Correct.
of this dungeon.
So, yeah, the head of the dungeon.
Yip and Yap stare anxiously at the door, afraid to go inside.
I'm trying to get him inside. I'm not.
Colin's just gonna peek into this mirror down here.
Not sure if I Yip on top.
Just throw me under Adam real quick.
Yes, I'm trying to work. Like, I
That
have
works.
wait. Give me a second. I'm gonna close all my.
That's not what I meant.
tabs.
That works.
Open.
Under Adam, you got it.
Catherine just jumps on his back.
Look, with how close she's trying to be right now, like they could exist in one
honestly,
space.
yeah.
As you all, I will give you a little head start on reading that, Suki. As you all are kind of looking, you hear the door slam shut. As everyone finally enters the room, you just hear a faint "Good luck," as the door slams shut, a locking can be heard. A huge after the door closes, the room seems to be filling with some sort of almost smoke, not deadly, just smoke, as if almost it is being conjured. The air itself seems to be having this cloud of fog that seems to be preventing everyone from basically seeing as you're trying to sense what's going on around you. Does anyone have any precise sense that is not vision based?
You know, genuinely,
Did you
I don't think I
describe
do.
that there was?
As the smoke as you the room begins to fill up with this smoke, as you're all trying to kind of figure out different ways to essentially figure out as you're kind of looking at trying to perceive the situation. As quickly as the smoke comes, the smoke then begins to vanish, and now in various places in the room, there seems to be what looks to be. Let me go ahead and do this all at once. This may end up. As you begin to fade, you see what looks to be almost five different clones of Suki that seem to be pervading through the room, as all of them look just as equally confused as the rest of you all.
I'm gonna punch the
You have to
closest
believe
Suki.
me, I'm the real one.
Oh God.
You know what? I think I've had a nightmare about this.
You know what? I think all
Oh,
of us have.
100%.
So, are they all like talking and moving around, or is it just all
They all
staring
look
at
very
it?
confused.
They all look exactly like how you would expect Suki to act. They all seem very confused. They all seem to be almost like pointing at each other, like clearly like disdainful at the other. Like some of them just definitely looking like they are not they are essentially not like they're trying to figure out just as much as you guys are what's going on.
I do not change. I punch the nearest Suki.
Okay, roll to attack.
Just beam him in the head.
Man just
Well,
wanted
you
to
gotta bap
excuse.
him.
That's all it was.
Just a little bop.
Little bop. Whatever.
Godwin, you are not winning these rolls, are you?
Listen,
Suki with
I
their
can be as
incredibly
good
low
as I am.
AC. You
My
try
my
to
armor class is actually really high.
yeah, you try to punch them, Godwin, but they quickly sidestep you, giving you a very kitsune smirk about themselves, dodging out of your way.
Sweet, I do it
Let's
again.
try to be reasonable.
Bap. No, 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 no. Bap.
Does this one connect?
Goldie, which one? Does actually Suki? I don't think that.
The second.
Because of the way they're facing, no, that also misses.
Sick. I roll
really,
again.
really
Oh my
fast.
God.
I punch
Before
again.
he
all right,
does
all right. If
anything,
you're gonna roll this many times, like let other people act too.
Yeah, give
Or
it a
actually,
second. Give it a second, Godwin, just to let other
I'm
people react.
grabbing Godwin.
You grab Godwin and firmly hold them in place with a very let me double check is that was you restrain them. You don't just hold them. You restrain them. That is a critical success.
Mate, you wanna get shot?
Godwin, you are
You
restrained
wanna
for the
get
moment by
shot?
a small kitsune.
Jin just looks at you, just like
Uh-huh.
glaring,
you,
just like
you
And
wanna
give me a
get
second
shot?
to type something.
it's like, really? Like, he's going to give you a look of the fuck do you think you're doing?
My gun
Think
is
before you shoot.
is digging into your thigh. You hear the sound of like the flintlock being pulled back. This is very clear. Let go of me.
One thing.
Lightning static starts at the end of his tail and just pushes all of it up. Are you sure? We are trying to save the king right now.
Are you talking?
No, he is mouthing all of this
This-
as he
Okay.
is trying to
I
do
like
everything he
read
can
a
to betray it.
You see,
He's
yeah,
just-
you see,
I was
yeah,
gonna put
yeah.
got a countdown on his hands from 5,
What's
4.
What's
As
Yip and
you see Yip interrupts. He like hops off of Yap's shoulders with the notepad and taps Jen on the side with it, holding up a notepad while looking up at them.
he lets go of you, but he's still holding on to you with one hand as he writes with the other as he
2.
motions for Yip to like just hold it while he like writes. It's just like think
Tired.
before you shoot.
1.
Stop. As he hands you the paper and lets go.
There we go. Goblin puts the gun away. No,
He also
No, he doesn't
takes
put the
You
back-
gun
see a
away.
few of the Sukis admiring each other.
Dad,
You're
Even puts the
looking
gun away,
fashionable,
actually.
aren't you? Here, let me adjust you. Yes, you're perfect. Perfect.
I'm gonna
Suki,
just
you
walk
are
in between
looking
all of them.
divine.
and start looking between each of them to see if there's something off or something like that.
'Cause
Like
I'm
one of
You
those
always think that. Alright, so they kind of look at you, and you always think there's something off.
She just signs yes.
I want to know what happens if we peer into the mirrors, because you said we can't see reflections or anything.
The mirror seems to be completely blank. There doesn't, even though it was kind of like you look into it and you can tell like it is a thin glass surface. There doesn't seem to be anything reflecting in the mirror, though it should by all accounts have a reflection, but it doesn't.
I want to pull. Adam's gonna grab one of the Suki clones and pull them in front of the mirror. Do I see the Suki clone in front of the mirror?
With that, you do see the Suki does seem to have a reflection.
Hmm.
Can I take the Suki and try to shove him through the mirror?
Give me an athletics check.
Do I need to roll athletics?
That would be against your reflex save. Oh, it's against your reflex DC, I think. Give me
Sure.
the athletics.
Hey man, you can roll higher, you know.
Listen, listen, I'm not meant to be an athletic character.
And yet you're
So-
playing him
You-
so athletic.
you are
Listen,
I-
man.
so I,
Listen, I'm a witch. I'm a spellcaster. You can roll higher than a 4.
apparently, according to this, no, I can.
Hmm.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess I don't do anything.
You do try to grab them once again, and they as what Suki would do is they would definitely try to avoid your grasp. A few of them kind of like they step away from you, like they look at you and they were kind of like with a smug backpedal. They avoid your positioning, like they clearly tell you are trying to actively like grab at them.
Okay. Adam's going to gonna tell the Suki clone that he has. He's gonna motion to stay. Like point at the ground, hold his hand out, stay. And he's gonna start grabbing the other Suki clones
Mhm.
and pulling them in front of the mirrors. And telling them to stay and having them stand in front of the mirrors.
You do, and as you do that, they willing. I'm guessing Suki would follow. The real Suki would follow along with all of this. Like they want to get to the bomb as much as anyone else.
Okay.
Unless-
I'll cooperate. I'm cooperating. You don't need to twist my arm.
Adam twists a little harder.
Ow!
As you do, you put them in front of all the windows and like as all the mirrors, and you can kind of see like every single one of them seems to have a reflection of its own. Every single one. None of the others. No one else seems to have a reflection, but every single Suki seems to have a reflection.
Every single Suki does that. there's no differentiation at all between any of the Sukis, correct?
None that you can tell.
I'm a little stumped, guys.
Trying to see. So we can see all of them in the. So we can see them in the mirror, but not ourselves, correct? That's what we've been told.
Yes.
Oh, for heaven's sake, it's a shell game. They're all fake.
Do you say
I
that?
The voice seems to emanate from the ceiling.
Go and roll me a d20, Pockets.
Okay.
Can after that, I would like to look up.
You look up and see nothing on the ceiling. However, the loud groan. I need another d20, Pockets.
Oh no.
You're good. As you call out, you kind of hear that come from the ceiling as you take 6 points of damage, and then at the same time, as you begin to call out, all of you hear the sounds of almost like a very pained yell that comes from that almost whistling that same of the dungeon, basically causing that mental stress, causing another 6 points of damage as the pain and the yelling out of being in pain is enough to cause it to trigger again. It is you were able to. Everyone else would be able to a lot more imprecisely tell that something is on the ceiling at the moment.
And Suki's like clamping their muzzle at this point, trying not
Yeah.
to yelp.
I want to tip this mirror over and face it towards the ceiling.
You do, and it is reflecting nothing.
Reflecting nothing. Can I put it here and get the two mirrors to face each other with Suki in between?
All right. Now hold on. Now I understand that voice from the ceiling may be very compelling, but hear me out. It's an elaborate illusion. I'm obviously the real Suki, and then like all the other ones will kind of like chime in. Like, whoa, let's not be so hasty, friends. We
Jin-
don't know who the real Suki is.
Jin
I
would
mean,
write on the paper that
I
you
remember my
previously
life.
said.
My life. I had a whole life. I'm 242. And I have a life outside these walls.
Adam just sees Catherine's sign and makes a motion to Godwin to the mirror to just slam it and break it. Like just, throwing his fist down.
Don't throw a Suki into the mirror. Just throw the mirror.
Throw the
Takes his
entire
gun.
mirror.
He takes his gun, flips it, holds it by the barrel, and slams the stock into the mirror.
Whoa! And the Suki will jump back.
And as you do, you see the Suki begin to shatter, similar to the glass
Ah!
panes itself.
He's gonna give a little wave.
Little wave
Right,
goodbye.
okay.
Jin would understand and just take his rod and throw it at one of the mirrors.
You do that, and the mirror shatters itself, slowly crumbling those around.
Yep, slams his fist into the mirror behind him.
Picks up rod.
I'm gonna move over to Yip and sort of like beckon him to this mirror. Like
this-
after you.
Oh, this one?
This one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, does Yep break this one? Because I
Yes.
did ask. Okay, Yep punches this one.
Roll me an attack roll. And roll me an unarmed
May I-
attack.
May I offer athletics?
Okay, small hand.
Roll me an unarmed attack.
I don't have under. I mean, I have. Okay, I have an under. Okay, there is an option. Wow, why is my dice like that?
You punch the mirror, but you're not strong enough to break the mirror.
Can I can I pick up a rock and then do it again? Is that an option?
Sure, roll me athletics.
And Godwin's gonna like curiously sort of like tap the dagger stick out of Yip's back. Like,
You try
is it
to throw
is
the
this your
rock,
weapon?
but you
Wait.
throw the rock so weakly that it doesn't smash the mirror.
Wait a second. Wait. Question. Wait, did Godwin say you're touching the sword that's in his back, right?
Yeah, I'm sort of like tapping it.
As soon
Like,
as you tap it, just touching it, it seems to like send a shot through his entire body. As he whips around, and his after images start becoming extremely erratic.
he's gonna like back away, like hands up. But like the most confused look on his face. Cause he assumed that dagger was like your weapon.
No,
This is like-
Yep, shuffles the like back away from you. Like very nervous.
Adam is pointing at the last mirror.
You break the. What are you gonna do to break the last mirror, Adam?
Adam's not doing anything. He's weak as shit. He's pointing at them and just like, break it, break it, break it.
Yeah.
Someone break it.
Yeah, Yap is also
Sukis
gonna.
are begging you not to
Yeah.
break the glass, but obviously you're ignoring it.
This bring Godwin much delight.
Yeah.
We'll make sure I have the right. I think these are all the same. Yeah. As you kind of break the last one, you hear a loud thud in the middle of the room, as another Suki seems to be just dropped from just the ceiling onto the ground, like the invisibility that was around them is gone.
Ow. Do
Whether
I have
this
to take
is
damage for that?
yes, you take two. Take two fall damage.
Just gives a little wave.
You take 2 fall.
Whether this is the real
Cool.
Suki or not, the door opens either way.
Godwin's
Now I have to
gonna-
wonder whether I'm real or not.
Is he real? Godwin's gonna give a slight bow to Yip.
Suki just kind of like looks around at all of you, holds out a piece of chalk, and then will write on the floor.
Suki's thanking you.
This is he's thinking.
Adam shows indifference and just walks towards the door.
He's saying thank you. Get him. That's a fake Suki.
Godwin,
Never say thank you.
Godwin ignores him and bows to Yip. An
Yeah.
apology.
Yeah, like scoops him up to make sure not to touch the blade in his back, and like grabs onto him like to tuck him into himself, and just gives you the most. I honestly, can I roll intimidation against Godwin? Is that fine?
Sure.
Sure, yeah, go for
With
With
your rolls, I'm sure it's been fantastic.
Uh-huh.
it.
I'll
We
just
don't, we
roll
don't talk about Godwin's will saves.
11. I don't think that
29.
actually that does not affect Godwin.
He's just doing it to look menacing at you.
Sufficiently spooky.
He isn't. Is that Nilo talking or Jen talking? Just to be clear.
One it was Jin not talking, and I meant to put Stuki as well, and I fucking forgot. Basically, Jin pats Suki on the shoulder, gives just a shake of the head of just like, okay, and then just looks around and is just like, door open, okay.
You're gonna
Okay.
you see a very excited Chippy at the end. I say you found
Okay.
your friend from Foe, and now we get to continue on to even more.
I'm gonna pick up a
Suki is
shard
tiptoeing
of
around,
the mirror.
Okay.
Like
and
one of the
Suki
broken
will
mirror
tiptoe
shards.
around the glass.
You do. You pick up the mirror. You can add mirror shard to your inventory if you'd like.
Okay. If I
No,
like
no.
I want to be sure to catch Suki in this reflection of this mirror.
This Suki Suki doesn't seem to appear to have a reflection in that mirror.
We good, boys.
It's a certified Suki you got there.
Certified Suki moment.
That is not a wish Suki. That is an Amazon Suki.
The real Suki.
This is
Um,
Suki
Real
Prime.
Suki.
Yip and Yap think very carefully in the room before continuing.
Hmm.
Yes, I continue.
I am interested
You
whether
please
this.
move me. My stuff. I don't know why, but Foundry's being a little bit delayed.
Hmm.
You're
Uh,
Sucks.
I am interested in whether this just is a straight up reveal illusions thing. Would be very, very interesting.
As you kind of see, you see the Chippy once again is there seems to be another door to your left as Chippy seems to kind of waving his arms left to right, kind of waiting for everyone to essentially get to the hallway itself.
Where's Jin?
Chin,
Upon the corner.
there you go, Jin.
sorry. I was coming. I was
Jin's like
see,
pitter pattering behind us.
Let me see if I have
just making sure everyone is together. I just wanted to be at the back of the line to make sure of that.
next you hear on this as you kind of go through to this next room, as you kind of going, you're waiting outside this door. You hear Chippy finally waiting for everyone to kind of get along. You see, he just kind of has a just very carefree look in his eye as he seems to speak to everyone. Okay, and next we're gonna go to this door. Now this is gonna be a nice, peaceful room. I want everyone to promise me there's not gonna be any fighting in this next room.
Goblin
Okay.
draws his gun.
Adam gives a thumbs up.
There's a goblin.
Yip gives a thumbs up and a
Just goes
shake.
shrug.
This is gonna be a nice room where it's just a nice test of patience. Because I even invited over someone to come to the dungeon to help keep the peace with everyone.
Suki will offer their hand, like to shake, as if they're entering into an agreement. This room will be peaceful, and we will be nonviolent.
As you kind of mouth that to them, they understand. Perfect. Like I said, we have an expert peacekeeper in there to make sure that no one ends up fighting. It's a little of a break room after that last room. And there's a
I'm gonna
beautiful cauldron of food in there, and hopefully you enjoy the food.
I'm gonna
Can
give
I
my
make
gun
a
to Nail to have him play with it.
Hmm?
Oh my god. Can I make a perception check to see if he's lying at all?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
I think Catherine's gonna try to do basically like remember and then kind of point at the piece of paper that has Yawgmoth's name on it when hearing food.
Um, they seem to be perfectly telling the truth without anything at all.
Very
Godwin's gonna
capable of lying.
Godwin's gonna go up and hold up his paper that says "Don't eat anything" and just point at it aggressively.
Hmm.
You see him, he goes, you see Chippy go up and knocking on the door. Okay, we're gonna come in now. As you enter, as he opens up the door, he himself will go through the door. Um, who's all entering first in the room?
Fun.
Um,
Godwin's slipping in first.
Who's entering in this room so I can describe this very accurately?
Yip will enter second.
Yeah. I'm,
Jin is
I'm
going to be
sticking to
last
the
to
rule,
make sure
Scout.
everyone goes in there.
Guess Adam and Catherine would be next. With
Okay.
Suki there.
You enter the room as you kind of go and you kind of see Chippy talking to what looks to be some woman in almost some kind of, let me double check, almost a purplish violet set of robes, some sort of outfit itself. As you're all kind of making in, as you see everyone here, I'll let everyone get in the room a second. You see somebody that just seems to be sitting and having a nice cup of some sort of tea, you'd imagine, or some other sort of food. Uh, would you like to go in the room? It is on. Wait, is it on pause? Yeah.
Come on.
I guess we're going in the room.
Still in the room.
Adam and
Oh
Catherine.
no.
Oh no.
You see very simply just a very cauldron full of some sort of liquid. As you see someone in very published robes, you recognize it basically immediately, Adam. As the peacekeeper they were mentioning themselves seems to be sipping some sort of tea sitting there as he kind of see her step back as she turns and around standing up. Oh, lovely! I've been just got done preparing this beautiful tea for everyone. It's been so long, hasn't it?
Adam immediately freezes, face goes white as a sheet, and he starts trembling, like visibly trembling.
Catherine decides to get bold and steps in front of Adam at that point.
Oh, don't be like that. It's been so. It was just not too long ago when we were together. Why are you looking at me like that, Catherine? You hear the door shut behind you all and just lock. Look at all this wonderful food I've prepared. I've been hired as, well, to help with the dungeon to make sure that everyone is well rested and well fed. Don't you remember, Adam? Everyone loved the drinks I made last time we interacted. Don't you remember?
That's fucked.
Adam is hyperventilating at this point. He's just like back against the wall, just staring at her, eyes wide.
Gonna see
Catherine
her,
runs
like,
over and just slaps her.
Oh, hold on! Oh
No,
my
wait.
God!
Wait.
Can we
No.
enter initiative?
I will
Because wanna
say,
do
I will
same
say,
time.
This is a bitch slap. If there's ever been a bitch slap, this is a
I know,
bitch
but I will
slap.
give everyone a chance to stop you. I will give everyone just a single chance to stop you if
Yeah.
they want to, just before you do that action, since everyone would see you doing that.
I was doing something
Yeah.
right as that was happening.
I was going to as well, but it depends on what you're doing, Suki, because it depends. Because I was going to because
that.
the thing is that Jin was going to comfort Adam as of also trying to keep him away so that he wouldn't go off. Didn't account for Catherine going off though.
I can't do both. I can't do
Well,
both.
okay, I'm en route.
That's what I'm saying. If anyone
Yeah.
wants to stop you, they can. If not, it will occur that way.
All right. So if you're en route to slap her, then I want to cast a spell.
I would say this one
And,
is the same 6 seconds.
Do I want to?
Yeah, basically what it is that you notice that Catherine's eyes they're normally like a red amber color, seem to glow, and a couple of her tattoos start to kind of like spark as well as she like clenches her fists, and then after that she just starts moving towards, very much so tunnel visioned on her.
So just to refresh my memory, this is her name began with an M.
Margaret.
There is several names that she has been given
She
at
has
this
many
point.
names. She has many names.
She has many
Maleficent.
names. Margaret.
I don't
Anyway.
think you were ever told any of them though. Yeah, I don't think you were.
All right. So this affects everybody, friend and foe alike. So the party has to make a save here. And I want to point out that though this spell would ordinarily require verbal components, Suki is able to cast spells without the need for verbal components.
How do you do that?
How he do that? How they do that?
How they do that?
How they do that?
Through
How
sheer
they do that?
mental effort.
Okay, so you'll
Yeah.
roll a save DC then?
Yep, for a DC 31 will save.
Yeah.
Do I
That
get a
was
plus-
dashing, and he's sort
do
of like feet up,
Give it a
pressed
second.
against the wall as this is going on.
Let me look at this. Let's see.
Do I get a +1 is my only question.
I would say
Is it
yes.
the will save specifically.
Yes.
Okay.
This is an emotion effect.
Yes.
Yes.
Damn.
Wow, I actually got 1, 2, 3.
You got
got
three.
three
You got
out of
everyone
a-
except Jin and Adam,
I
and Godwin, obviously.
Let me
Yeah,
read
God
this
was-
thing of also roll me a d20 pockets.
All right, I have to save against my spell.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, roll a will save. Not a d20, will save. It is a burst. You save against yourself. You feel a sense of let's see, can't use any hostilities. You sense as you begin to essentially go over to them to slap them, Catherine, you just feel something in your mind begin to play at you, stopping your hand right before it makes contact with them, as you just see them looking at you with almost the most innocent looking eyes, with just almost a very soft smile about themselves. But something magical has essentially affected you, and you can hear like essentially them just kind of give a soft chuckle to you.
Her hand is just like trembling at her side as the muscles are just like flexed at the moment. And she just fine and just walks back to Adam.
Someone's gonna step in front of her and put a paper in front of her that reads, "Why are you here?"
Why, of course I'm here because I'm a peacekeeper. It's been so long since I've gone to do my duty, and with Tyr so busy over at the end, I thought this would be a great chance to have a reunion. I heard the grand protectors of the Nilo themselves were en route to protect him, and I wanted to see them for myself. Because I've heard from the grapevines that a particularly young, blonde, very friendly male is accompanying your party. Isn't that right, Adam?
Adam is a cornered animal at this point, hands clawing at behind him at the walls as he's just staring at her with this. It's hard to describe. It's hard to imagine the emotions that he's feeling right now, but it's like this mixture of fear, of like fury, but also of pure terror that just seems to be battling them within him right now.
Yeah, she's gonna put another paper in front of her. This is, "Leave him out of this."
I am just trying to make sure that everyone is well fed for the adventuring that's coming up. I'm impartial to say the least, though. I did want to share. I've been working on such a fantastic tea lately. You simply must try the tea. I've worked so hard perfecting its performance and ingredients. It's such a lovely tea. It's a real riot for those who enjoy it.
Are we able to talk in this room?
No.
Godwin's eyes are just
So she doesn't.
dilated.
So
I'm-
is she getting hurt? Just quick, is she getting hurt?
None at all.
Mm.
Catherine's gonna look at her and is going to say out loud, I'm willing to take the damage for this. Stop coming forward. Do not come closer. Back up.
And Suki will actually, with Catherine, intercede, like intercept here,
Mhm.
kind of like making a.
Give me a d20, Captain.
Oh.
Ooh.
Damn. I'm sorry.
As you begin to give me one more d20.
Steam, get the fuck out of the way. I can't do the d20.
Give me another d20. As you begin to basically yell, you are overcome with these you feel like your heart racing, this feeling of your body is overwhelming. You yell out to them not to come any closer, and that same, almost the first time it's happening to you, this whistle that seems to be about causes you to essentially tense up and scream out in pain, causing another wave. This wave once again of emotions comes over you, this whistling in your ears, causing pain once, twice, again. for this whole time as you're kind of like just trying to keep in control of your body while also just having this mental like pain racking between your ears, taking the whole 18 damage.
Oof.
There's just like blood coming down the side of her mouth.
Very well, very well. Like I said, I'm sure the door will open up here in a moment. I just wanted to have my time. I could be here all day, but I know you have busy things to be, and, well, I just wanted to see my favorite little man, all grown up from this church that he was with, and he kind of looks so much like his father. It's such an improvement of just growing up and everything. You must have gone through so many hardships. Are you sure you don't want some tea?
Catherine just spits the blood out on the ground in front of her.
Goblin pulls up a paper. You don't get the time. And then just scribbles down, "Let us pass."
Oh, it'd be such a shame if no one got to partake in my wonderful tea here. Are you sure not a single one of you wants to try it?
Suki will come over and sniff the tea.
Adam is shaking his head furiously at anyone that will look.
Oh, wonderful! Yes, it's. You can see there's various rosemary and there's just a little tiny tea. Oh, I've even gotten the most beautiful of spearmint leaves from the mountaintops. Oh, they make such wonderful ingredients there. This one's even, and she kind of points. This one's an even herb from your own hometown. Oh, I
And
love the Kitsune villages. They have such beautiful herbs in that forest.
I just want to identify it if I
Yeah.
can.
Give me that, from what you can tell, it looks like a regular, I mean, it's a cauldron, like, there's a lot of water here, but the water doesn't seem to be fetid in any way. There seems to be a nice sweet scent to it. All the food around here seems to be as real can get. Several bones seem to be littering the floor around here, but most of it seems mostly there for decoration than anything. A huge, what looks to be some sort of tentacle kraken limb or something, seems to be on the round table above it.
Yeah, I want to grab a bottle of this.
Oh, lovely! I'd
And
love for you to try my tea.
and yeah, do the same identification. I'm gonna roll crafting if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
One.
The tea looks like it is a beautifully blended. You can smell the herbs in it. Everything seems perfectly normal with it.
Bone tea.
Yep.
Tea with
Jen
bones
still
in it.
having a
Copper and
piece
put
of
it away.
paper. Jen still having a piece of paper would write down on it and show it to Adam and just, what is with the tea?
he makes a like a throat cutting motion.
He writes back, understood. As he
Yeah.
turns it over and writes in big letters, T equal most likely death.
You hear a small chuckle coming from him. No, I can make more than one kinds of teas. I'm not a one-trick lady after all. I can make beautiful teas, ones that can swoon a nation, and some that can be more poisoned, but I assure you there's nothing poisonous about this at all. I just wanted to share a drink with my favorite young alcoholic.
Good.
All right. So Suki takes the back of their paw and puts it against the cauldron. Is it hot?
The cauldron has a slight. You can tell it's been heated recently, but right now it's mostly in a simmer at this point. Most of the heat seems to have dissipated from it. It just seems to be a regular pot of tea at the moment. Though
All right.
it's not
And
cold, but it is a little bit warmed, but not hot, not too hot that it would hurt your hand.
Suki will take a I mean, I kind of wish it was really hot, but that's beside the point. Suki will take a piece of chalk
Mhm.
and right in front of Godwin will transcribe the word uh
Uh-huh.
You hear the word
tip me.
Yeah.
I am still,
Mhm.
after all, a prankster.
The goblin's gonna write back, just do it. And
You
give him a
want?
I
wink.
think the
Are
intent
you
was
asking
for
Suki?
that.
Are you asking Suki to do this?
Yeah, Suki, push it over.
Oh my god, really, guys? Now?
And then Suki will take a very formal bow, and be like, after you.
You see her reach down to the cauldron and pull up you see her grab one of the mugs on the table and she pours it up. She grabs the mug and she kind of fills up the tea. I would love to let you all through, but really, Adam, I do want to share at least one drink. It's been so long. I sure don't want to have a single sip before I let you go into the rest of the dungeon. No violence in this room, of course. It's just a simple tea.
Can given you have look in, can I try to see like what if there's any special proper about it? Like, can I detect magic
Yeah.
or yeah? Was detect
Does
magic?
detect magic have verbal components?
Let me actually
It
check.
does.
It does.
It is a
I
casting of a
think
spell. It
I
has the
think
manipulation trait.
any spell without the subtle trait.
Yep.
I think it's any spell without the subtle trait.
Yep.
Sounds right.
Trying to bring up yips. If it is concentration, manipulate. It doesn't say verbal, but I can post it to see if it pops up.
It is verbal. It is manipulate. Manipulate just means verbal now. And every single thing that is every single spell is verbal now, unless stated otherwise. It is from the remaster.
I will take the 6 damage.
Okay, roll me a d20. Roll
I
me
haven't
another
rolled above
d20.
I haven't rolled above a 3.
Give
Welcome
me
to the club.
Hey, it's
Uh,
above a 3.
More than 12.
You take 12 points of damage as you begin to try to chant. Luckily, your spell does manage to go off. The magic, there is no magic that seems to be coming from the cauldron. And
And
there
they
is
said
magic around the room. The woman itself is very magical in nature. She is radiating magic at very great amounts. The ingredients don't seem to be very magical in the room, but she definitely is.
and she said for us to leave we have to take at least a sip. But no violence though.
He
She,
did say that, but bear in mind, I won't say it.
she looks
I
over.
want to say
Come on, just a simple sip for old time, and then I'll be on my way, and you can continue your silly dungeon. I wasn't hired to kill you. I was just hired to be a peacekeeper of sorts. I want just, well, mostly just get a reunion of sorts. I can be on my way, though. I'm not really too keen on the whole dungeon vibes anymore. I got other places to be. You should see all the kinds of people I've talked to lately. And especially the one over there. We had such a fun time together in that astral area.
Adam.
On a pun.
No, go ahead.
No, you go first and then I'll.
I don't know what I was gonna say. It's just Adam is just staring bug-eyed, but it's like he looks like he wants to say something, but he's trying to hold back.
and Suki maintains concentration on the spell.
Yeah.
as hard as they can.
Well, it didn't affect Adam, so
It
I
is
don't
only a
think.
minute. It is probably going to drop
Oh.
soon. It is concentration for 1 minute.
That is true. That is true. Adam was not affected. You're right.
Yeah, same with Jen.
It is dropping very soon. You kind of feel the magic begin to wane off of you guys as the spell from the calm spell seems to be slowly dissipating around.
Jen at this
Yep.
point is also like almost like back to body to you, Adam, as she keeps stepping closer.
Don't worry, like I said, this room is no violence. No violence will occur at all. And of course, as long as you're
Oh.
willing to uphold that bargain, then I'm willing to hold it too. I swear no harm will come to you all.
Godwin's gonna put another sheet of paper in front of her face. It says, "We don't want to talk. Bug off."
Oh, your Godwin, your verbal words hurt me so. I used to, and don't keep in mind, I used to be such a peacekeeper. Well, my father was, anyways. A wonderful peacekeeper for all the elves and vampires, and they seem so tense lately. Why don't you give me a chance, and I can show you that I'm able to be just as good as Daddy?
Godwin
Oh.
scoffs.
What's up?
Adam, what?
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think Adam's going to be glancing between. Does she have like a cup in her hand?
Yeah, she does. She has the little
She's
cup
like
of tea.
offering.
Mhm.
Okay. I think he's gonna make a connection. Mm. He's gonna hate this so much though. He's gonna take a deep, shaky breath and gently shove, like not shove, but gently push Jin aside.
He would look back at you confused, but he'd move. Just a little.
He is visibly trembling. Like, not even trembling, he's shaking like a leaf in the wind at this point. As he just holds out his hand for the cup. And eyes not leaving Margaret for a minute.
Oh joy! I'm so glad you accepted. Here you go, and she hands it to you with almost the most almost like the most motherly touch about it. She hands it to you like you would just expect. It's just the most gentlest touch. She reaches out and gives it to you.
He like
As
flinches away
soon-
for a moment as she moves towards him to hand it before carefully reaching out and kind of snatching the cup from her.
As soon as Adam picks up the cup, I actually would like. I'm so sorry. Drop.
Okay,
Think of it. We'll
let's
say
see.
And this is also.
you succeed.
Fuck you!
Oh!
You can't see if I'm flipping you off right now. Okay.
That one
gonna-
specifically
I
has the
tried.
linguistic trait.
I tried.
You tried. Adam's going
Okay,
to.
if I do need to take damage for the linguistic trait,
I will say
if
you
that's what
can't
is-
you can't subtle spell a command because they have
Alright.
to hear
Shout
the
a command that's hard
Hold
to
on, hold on.
ignore.
I can subtle it, but I can't do without the verbal component.
Yeah.
So I do need to
Yeah.
take the damage. Okay, I'll
Give me
roll.
what? Give me a d20.
So it is still a subtle spell. I
Yeah.
just want to point that out for later.
I would. You take 3 damage.
Okay. Suki kind of
Um,
reaches out as they do this.
Hmm?
It's quite dramatic, actually.
You hold firm, your will set in stone as you stare them in the eyes as you kind of grab this cup.
And he's just going to, not dropping eyes with her for a second, just trembling, just take the smallest little sip from it.
It tastes very herbally, very pleasant actually. It seems like it's been seeped with the perfect amount of ingredients, and it seems just like a pleasant drink.
Does anything happen?
No, it doesn't. Not to you, anyways. As you kind of take a sip, she just kind of almost gives like a little small giddy squeal. Oh, there we go. See, I'm not so bad after all. And you didn't even give in to your power, lust of vengeance and the like. Look how much you've grown. Anyways, ta-ta now. And you see her just open up the door and walk out as you hear a click come from the door on the far end.
Does this door lock?
The door is open, But you'd imagine it just leads to the entrance to the exit to the dungeon. But she steps out of the
Donald
door.
will go over and close the door.
Adam drops the cup on the ground and it just shatters. And he just like falls to his knees. He just just he's just like sobbing at this point.
Donald's gonna kneel
Catherine
down.
just kind of is on her knees, just kind of just a hand on the shoulder, just trying to use her thumb to just kind of gently move in circles on his shoulder.
Also, Jin would not try and hug Adam, but he would offer a tale for comfort.
You may
Adam's-
have one tail.
You may have
Okay,
one tail.
tail.
One tail for your trauma.
A tail for your trauma.
Your trauma, sir. Tell for your trauma.
Donald's gonna
So
kneel
he
down
would
and
he would
offer
offer
a
his
water
tales
bottle.
for comfort as he tried to originally.
You see, I will say, Suki, you notice on the table, there is a necklace that's on this table over here. That was appears to be it wasn't there, but the second she left the room, this amulet appears.
It just appears.
And you kind of see, I'll give them a chance to roleplay, and then I will bring in Chippy. If there's any
Okay.
last thing they want to say, but then I will bring in Chippy after that.
Adam is just kind of in his own world for a little bit. I would say give it about 5, and after about like 10 minutes, he finally calms down enough to stand up again. He just holds his head in his head in his hands, and takes some couple deep breaths.
Godwin's gonna stand in front of him and he's gonna say, "Look at me. We have a job to
You
do."
saying this?
You're
Yeah.
saying this.
As you say those words, and as you do, give me that d20.
Yep.
Give me another
Oh my
d20.
god.
As you go to say this to them, like Adam, is almost like the silence of the room is almost palpable. But as you're kind of almost sitting there with almost like no one being able to really talk, you hear Godwin say those words and then immediately flinch in pain. You kind of see them almost like trying to like grasp at their own head as they clearly are going through intense pain, even enough just to be able to say that to you.
He like chokes and then turns and spits blood onto the floor.
Adam looks at you, Godwin, but his eyes have this like drained emptiness to them. Like he's not really all there. And he just kind of nods. And then he holds his hand out to Catherine just kind of limply.
Kind of gingerly kind of takes it and stands and kind of helps you up.
Suki kind of approaches and is like, Adam, you didn't have to do that. What on earth possessed you? You weren't thinking of your own personal safety when you drank that. And you notice that Suki is not in any pain.
You notice as you look up, you see a amulet about Suki's neck. That is the same one that you saw on the lady's neck that was in here.
Adam just kind of regards Suki blankly, not really saying anything.
You need to be more careful. We all care about you here, after all.
He's kind of just
Anyway.
looking through you at this point, Suki. Like, he's looking through you. He's kind of zoned. He's a bit not all. He's not all there.
Oh,
Goblins
Catherine's
put
gonna
his
kind of
hand on-
signal to the everybody else to like take a fucking step back to let Adam breathe, stop crowding. It's just like
Yeah,
Yeah.
everyone's kind of crowded around Adam. Goddamn.
Goblin's
Everyone-
gonna put his
I mean,
hand
This would
on
be a
Suki's
bad
shoulder and just
time
Jin
shake his
for a
isn't
head.
hug.
looking
man.
and staring at you, but he will walk away.
get the fuck out of here.
Yip and
Get
Yap
the
just
fuck outta
like
here.
in his just like, hey.
Heroes
Yep,
brooding in the
Before
distance.
Suki leaves.
Yep.
Before
Conceiving.
Suki. Oh,
I was gonna say, yep.
go ahead,
all
Brio.
stressed, goes and hugs around your waist.
adorable.
Hero
Adam just kind
broods
of
in the
gives a
corner.
half-hearted pat on his
Mm.
back, avoiding the dagger,
Avoiding the sword. Yeah.
the sword.
He's
Yeah.
trying his best to offer emotional support.
He just kind of gives Catherine this like pleading look of just, can we go?
Oh yeah, and I almost forgot the reward for passing the first room. And you see Chippy pull out another amulet similar to the one Suki has. I was supposed to give you this, but we got so much distracted with all the fun. Here, this amulet will be bound to one person and let you speak in the dungeon. I figured it'd be best to
Oh,
do
they're
it after the talk.
bound?
For the purposes of the dungeon,
You-
of course.
Y-
Only
no,
for the
I'm
dungeon.
sorry, did you say that they were bound to an individual person?
Only while you're in the dungeon. It's part of the dungeon mechanics.
You
You can
know,
take it
you
off
really
after.
are an awful guide sometimes.
Catherine kind of just
He offers up the necklace to anyone who will grab it.
Catherine will walk forward to grab it to give to Adam, not realizing it probably binds to her before she can give it to Adam.
It'll bind to whoever puts it on. They'll say that.
Oh, okay.
They'll say it binds to whoever puts it on, so you can willingly choose to who puts it on.
Adam shakes his head and holds his hand up and just, no.
You know, I was going to give this one to Catherine, actually. But that was before the guide told us that it binds to the person who wears it, so I'm very, very sorry. You have my sincerest, heartfelt apologies.
Catherine just rolls her eyes and puts the necklace on.
You do, and you almost like there is a certain like tense moment that you before you like say your first words, but you do feel that the certain magic around you that was keeping you essentially from speaking seems to be gone.
It's fine. It's just a game.
I hate the elves' games.
Me too. I am learning that I do not like this.
Goblin's gonna stamp his foot like really loudly, and then
Yes,
like,
yes,
gesture to
I
the doorway.
suppose we can move on.
Righty-o, time to go the next door.
I'm just gonna kind of let you lead, Catherine.
She'll kind of just
Whoop.
leave a hand out and have you kind of follow behind her.
Mm-hmm.
And you kind of see as you kind of see him waving his little arms again. And now we have the next room. One of my favorites. It's one of the, and he kind of like pats the door like almost affectionately. This is one of my favorite rooms at all. That's just a simple thing. All you have to do is figure out how to open the door on the other side. It's simple, really.
Goblin's gonna make a motion like stand aside.
This is I'm really curious. I want to give, just because I don't really have anything, I want Yip and Yap to try solving this before anyone else.
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as he said door, as
I
soon
have
as he said
the
door, I'm like,
door.
ah, it's for me.
Puzzle time. All right, I
Puzzle
will be right
time.
back.
Where is? Wait, why is it? Wait, why is Yip and Yap not on the?
Where
Wait,
did you
where's
go?
Yip? I don't know. Did you delete me?
He's
No, where did you
underneath.
go?
He's
You deleted me.
underneath her.
Oh,
Oh,
Yap
I'm
is
underneath.
always.
I'm underneath Jin,
Oh, but
right?
because you can
Jin.
Yeah, the
control
thing is, I
Jin, you have
also
to like.
couldn't
Oh.
move Jin. I tried to whenever you did, and I had to
It fucked
reload.
up.
Yeah.
you see Chippy sitting firmly on the ground in the corner watching you all. As you come into the room, the door closes, similar to the latch. There is a lock that appears to, there's a lock that seems to be locking the door where you originally came from. In front of you is what looks to be a plain wooden door with a singular knob on it.
Can I try pulling open the door?
As you try to pull open the door, you realize it's kind of like the sensation of trying to pull open a push door, as the door seems to be firmly in place. And also, who is doing this, Yip or Yap?
Yeah.
Yep, as Yap goes to pull in the door, it seems like it is 100% convinced that it is a push door, not a pull door.
So I push it instead.
As you try to push the door, it seems that almost in an instant, as once you were assured it was a push door, now you are 100% sure it is a pull door instead. As you kind of feel that same tension, it doesn't seem to want to budge either way.
Can I have Yep push on it while Yap pulls on it? Sorry. Yep push on it while Yap pulls on it.
As you try to form this solution to your head, you try to push and pull at the same time, though whenever you do that at the same time, it doesn't seem to work. It seems almost that the door is now firmly in place, as if neither of those solutions would work. It seems to almost be the door itself seems to be resisting anything you are trying to. And you all, just to be clear, you are mentally connecting this to Yap, right? Because you're doing actions in tandem with each other, so.
Yes, they are mentally connected still.
Yeah.
That mental connection.
As you try to pull and push the door basically does not budge. It feels as though both of the solutions is to push and pull, but to each one of you individually, it feels like that is not the solution. As you try to pull it, you are assured that this is supposed to be push, and then it's reversed in the other way.
So any force I do gives me the exact opposite reaction.
That is what you feel at the moment.
I want to try something. Yip and Yap seem to be like communicating back and forth with each other.
Mm-hmm.
You see Yap seem to like open up the purplish starry night portal beneath himself and go into the astral realm for a bit, and Yip's gonna try doing the door himself.
As you try to do the door yourself, how are you trying to open it?
Pulling and then pushing.
It seems as you were trying to both pull and push, it seems to essentially, it seems to constantly be counteracting. Like the second is almost a nauseating feeling, as every single thing you try to do to the door seems to be equally opposite to whatever you were trying to accomplish with it.
Okay, so that did.
And Yap's now in the astral realm.
Yep, it's in the astral realm. So, okay. That's not that. It's so even if when I had them both doing it, it just made it a standstill.
It did seem whenever Yap and Yip tried to essentially do the opposite reactions to the door, it did not seem to work. It's like it somehow knew that you guys were trying to make that the solution, and it decided to resist that with solution.
Yeah, so my thought process, it's resisting any solution I want it to be.
That would be one assumption.
I want to try locking the door.
There doesn't seem to be a lock on it. There seems to be no latch, no lock. The handle only seems to turn left or right almost freely. You can turn the knob or whichever direction you want, and it seems to, almost no matter which direction you turn it, it seems to be the correct way to turn it. But there doesn't appear to be any lock.
I want to lean against it.
You lean against it, and it, as you apply the force against it to lean against it, it applies equally force against you and stays perfectly still. You can ask for others for help as well, but I wanted to at least give you a chance to yourself.
I want to summon. Is there like a? Is it just a solid door?
It is a solid door.
I'm halfway thinking you did something. I'm trying to remember. There's one. I'm thinking one thing.
You are more than free to ask someone else to help you with this door.
Does anyone else have any ideas?
So the door does the opposite of what you want it to?
It seems to be resisting whatever they're trying to do by producing an opposite effect.
My initial thought is try slamming it into the walls. So the doors sort of rattle and like.
So if I
make
push on it, it just stays firm and solid, right?
Yep.
I was thinking like try to break it, but with wanting it to not break.
Mhm.
Would that work?
Can I? Wait. Can I mentally think I want this to be a door while putting my hand on it?
You do that, and the door realizes you're trying to trick it and stands firm.
Smart door.
Wait. Oh, so
Smart door.
there's one thing I think this can. Out of genuine curiosity, did you come with? Was this a reference to something? There's only one thing I
Nope.
can think. Nope. Okay. I was halfway thinking it was a Futurama thing with the bender bends a door. It's like the door looks
That's
pretty
really
stupid.
funny.
Probably doesn't know I can bend it.
The
This
door
door-
doesn't realize it can bend.
This door looks pretty smart. I want to do I'm double checking distance on this.
What is
Okay.
lock pockets? Are you trying to lock the door with a scroll of lock?
Yeah.
I'm trying to-
I'll resummon Yap as another portal appears and Yap gets resummoned.
Okay,
next time.
I'm pretty sure
It's-
that.
I
Let me
mean,
double
Ryu
check
told me
if
it's
that's
doing
verbal.
the opposite.
Let me double
I
check.
could-
Is that verbal?
And it's manipulate.
Manipulate. Roll me a d20.
It's not a spell though. I
Almost
can't-
Roll me a d20.
Zerda,
It's not a spell, it's not a
with
verbal
your
thing.
what is with your dice? What is
Roll me a
with your
d20. It's a DC
Zerda,
5. Roll me a d20.
I did roll a 5, Zerda. I
Roll
rolled
me
a 5.
No, it's you have to get above a 5. I mean, it's
That's DC 6
6.
then.
Roll me a
There
D20.
you go. Holy
Yeah, it's not.
Zola
not
doesn't know how
bad.
DCs work.
I don't
Yeah.
know how DCs
Confirmed.
work. You basically, as you
It'll be-
try, that is 6, 12, 18, 24 points of damage as you call out to Yep, almost screaming into the room itself, as
That's-
Yep does appear comforting you.
By the way, how many minutes has it been?
It's been like, in real life, it's been like 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
3
In
minutes?
game, you've been just staring at the door for like, I would say maybe a solid minute and a half.
Come on, I mean, how many has it been since the last room? Is all I was asking.
Like 2 minutes. You're walking from room to room.
Okay, I heal 3 hit points due to my one thing. Yay! I've lost like a fourth of my health to this, by the way.
You're more than free to ask
Revealing?
someone else to help you with this door.
I did ask for more help.
I can.
I offered a scroll of luck because you said that it was you said it was doing the opposite of what you wanted it to, so I offered a scroll of luck.
Brio, can I say something really fast? Also in character.
You
It
can.
is simpler than you think it is. I will not help you though because I know the answer, so I'm going AFK.
Yeah,
Oh
you
yeah,
really
that's
angry.
right. Zerda gave one of the players the puzzle.
Yep,
I
early.
was
will
I
not
was
Bring out
but it is
playtesting.
Zerda.
simpler than you think it is.
I was
That's
playtesting
it.
it with them. I
Saban,
playtest my material with other people every now and then. That's
Saban,
why
I'm
they're
gonna
not
be
solving
honest.
it.
That doesn't help at all.
All
It
right,
really
Su-
doesn't.
Su- we're gonna do a classic pockets callback here,
Mhm.
and Suki is gonna lean in close to Yap, and then Suki's going to whisper, "Try knocking."
I knock on the door.
You knock on the door, and the door seems to stay still.
Can I
Try
try?
asking the door to open.
I ask the door to open. Actually, no, that tires
Do
me to
you
talk.
verbally
doesn't
say that?
Yes, I'll say it. I'm gonna die doing this, by the way.
Roll me a d20.
I hope.
I got you, fam. Don't worry about it.
You only take 6 points of damage as you call out to the door. The door remains firm.
Try asking the door to stay closed.
I'm gonna punch.
I have a
I'm gonna-
question. How is Suki explaining this to me?
They have a necklace that lets them speak in the dungeon.
I'm about
yeah,
to say, I'm gonna punch Suki on the arm and
why
motion
does-
the door at him.
Why does it? Yeah,
For
why
him
does
to
it
say
usually
it.
say that?
I think Suki is trying to hurt you by tricking you to speak.
It's just a prank. It's just
You hear a very, very laughing Suki as Catherine and Adam are very comforting each other. Chippy looks very happy, kind of kicking his feet back and forth.
All right. I do I get punched?
Yeah.
Make me an attack roll, Godwin.
No, I'm giving him a light punch on the arm. I'm not
can do
making you
that.
an attack roll.
You can do
Okay,
that then.
no damage.
No damage.
No.
Ow! Ow!
I'm back. What
Did
is
you
happening?
have to punch so hard?
Thumbs up.
They were still. Suki convinced Yip to speak and then hurt themselves.
I am bleeding out everywhere.
Wait, how damaged are you? You look
I
fine.
am I am down 40 HP.
You're fine.
In increments of 6 somehow. Let's see.
You're barely. You're better off than I am. Like out of character, you're better off than
Yeah.
I am. I can see it on.
Yeah, because I have more
can see it.
max HP than everyone else.
Oh wait, we have a
you're
door to
fine.
solve.
Oh, he's our
You're
tank.
fine.
We have a door to solve.
All right. Suki will roll their eyes and ask the door to close.
The door remains firm.
What if you just walk into the door?
Walk through it.
Ask for the door to remain firm. That's what I'm thinking. Out of character, that's what I'm thinking.
Can I examine the door?
Yep, it is a wooden door with a little handle on it.
If I sneak through the door.
All right, I
You think-
missed the part where we turned the handle.
You turn the handle, and as you pull or push,
First, I push,
you feel that the door should be pulled instead,
and then I pull.
and you feel the door should be pushed instead. The door seems to be reading your solution and is resisting it.
Oh, wait.
What if the door weren't able to do that?
Hold on,
Is
wait,
the
what is
door
it? What is
probing
it?
What is it? Right,
Wait.
Brian?
What's it, Yep?
Never mind.
What
I think
the
I know
hell?
the answer.
No, wait.
I was
What
thinking
are
of
you
something, but
thinking?
I
Brio,
know
Hold
exactly
Hold on.
why
Give
why
Brio a
Zerda wants
chance.
Rio to do this.
I
Give
was thinking
Brio a
of something.
chance. Give it
I
a
was thinking of
chance.
something. No, continue. Just continue.
Godwin, what do you think?
No, exactly. I'm gonna motion to Yip, and Godwin's gonna turn knob, push the door.
You're gonna do what?
He's gonna turn knob. He's gonna push. He's gonna push the door, and he's gonna motion for Yip to pull the door.
No,
We already
he's gonna
tried
try.
that.
We're gonna try. Yeah, we already tried
Can
that.
he
Right?
read two people's intentions at the same time?
Yeah.
Wait,
Or
Yeah.
wait a
is he
second.
counting Yip and Yap as one person?
Wait. I want Yap to wait. I want Yap to think about. Wait. I want Yap to think about pushing the door while Yip pulls it, while Godwin is also pushing it. Well, wait. I want Yap to help. Wait. Okay. I want Yap to be pushing with one hand. I want them both to be pushing and pulling with each. No, wait. Hey, I want Yap to be pushing and Yip to be pulling on the door while Godwin's pushing.
As these are two different intentions at the same time, the door explodes into wooden shadows.
So really
I
fast,
knew that was.
really fast, Brio.
Mhm.
That last bit.
It had no relevance.
No.
What?
Okay, so context. Can I
door-
tell you how this works?
I'll say,
Okay.
basically the door, you had to do two different opposing things from two different people. But because you are mentally connected to Yap, any solution that you tried doing was a solution that it would counter.
I
So
feel
it
like
was
you
a. It was a.
set you
It was
up.
I
yeah.
feel like this is fucked up.
You literally
That's
gave me a puzzle.
why Zerda
Zerda,
kept saying
Zerda, you
you
gave me
can
a
ask
puzzle.
other people for help.
That's why I
Zerda,
said
He was
gave me a,
hinting towards
Zerda,
it.
you gave me a puzzle I couldn't solve.
alone.
By
Yes,
yourself.
that's the lesson.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay.
Moving
yes.
on.
The door
Moving
shatters
on.
to pieces. Chippy goes very
That
happily down.
silence was deserved, by the way. That
My
was
arm still
stupid.
hurts, by the way.
And also, I will say as well, on the other side of the door, as it splinters into wooden shadows, it then reforms in the shape of an amulet.
Yep, picks it up.
Does Yip wear it?
Sure.
You are binded to that necklace.
Nice.
Godwin's gonna kneel down to Yip and give him a blah, unique sword.
Elixir of what? Elixir of life.
Unique sword of life. Heal my mate.
I slurp it. It's not letting me use it. Did you put in my? Were you
Oh.
able to actually like give it to me, or oh?
There you
Take
go.
that
Already-
HP. Okay, sorry. There we go.
Come on down this way, gang.
Yay!
You see,
We're all advancing
fucked
through the
up.
dungeon.
So much so, I see the end. Oh no.
God, it's a long ass hallway.
Actually, no, I do need to keep that long enough to have it. I'm going to have, let me get, for this next one, I actually mixed this up. I'll let, at least everyone unmute the jockey music for a second, if you do have it muted.
Okay.
Let me know when everyone has it. Let me know when everyone can hear it.
It's unmuted for me.
It's unmuted.
Got it.
I actually
Okay.
have to turn up a good bit.
Oh, jockey music just left.
Yep. So for this next part, there we go. For this next part, you see Chippy announce that the next one is less of a. Actually, let me see. And now we have less of a puzzle and more of a show. I want to see how good all of your memories are. Over here, and you see what looks to be two curtains that seem to be from the left and right. You see two curtains that seem to essentially hide what's to the left and right. On the he kind of motions with like almost like a magical wave. Both of the curtains seem to open, and you see on the other end a let me see if I can do this. I'm not sure. Can you see what's on the left and right?
No.
Nope.
Okay, it has a curtain effect. Let me do this real fast. Sight restrictions, none. Tell me if that updates the wall for you.
It
Yep.
does,
Kinda.
but because of my angle, I still can't see it.
You can move
Yeah.
up.
Okay, I just move up right here. Okay.
It's
I see
safe
one,
to
I
do
don't see
so.
the other.
There we go.
You step on
Um,
a trap.
you see what looks to be a young elven woman and a taller elven male that seems to be stuck in some sort of position as if they are dancing. And you see them, it's almost like they are just as still as stone. As you say, this is going to be just a simple memory game. All you have to do is follow the movements of the statue on the left, perfectly on the right, and then you'll be able to pass. I'll only show you the dance once, so you better remember it. And you kind of hear the faint sounds of some music begin to play, and as the music almost you're not even sure where it's coming from, but with the music you kind of hear and you begin to hear this um, sound coming from this music as you see them begin to do this slow dance. This is one of the most ancient elven dances that I know of. That's why they chose to keep it here. And you kind of see them do this more elaborate dance that seems to be about itself. They seem to have almost like a slow waltz. As you are seeing this, Captain, you recognize this dance almost perfectly. You know exactly what this is.
Yeah. Instantly kind of realizing what it is, like she gets very teary-eyed seeing it and just kind of needs a moment and just kind of is watching with both intent and also like just kind of observing it. Um, and she just kind of whispers to Adam and just goes, "My mother taught me this dance."
Adam just squeezes her hand.
And the dance and the stonework itself seems to be almost elegant, more elegant than you'd ever imagine a statue could be. Its limbs seem to be as fluid as water. Its body seems to be as nimble as if it was sand just moving against itself. They seem to be performing this very elaborate, beautiful dance, and it just seems to be like the sounds of just the music seem to fill this long hallway, echoing down all the way to the end. And don't forget, it does take two to do this dance, so not only one, but two of you have to remember it. Unless one's really good.
If anyone looks at Godwin, Godwin also has the hint of tears in his eyes.
I think Adam nudges Catherine and nudges his head over at Godwin.
Or kind of
Godwin's gonna
walk
extend
over
his
and
hand, step up onto the platform.
And you do, and as you're kind of waiting for the dance to stop, eventually the music begins to fade, and as it does, the curtains on both sides, as you basically both enter in that little area, both sides of the curtains will drop, and it is just you and Godwin alone behind these curtains, almost like a magical wall keeping you inside until the music begins to repeat itself. you are alone here together inside this as you basically go through this familiar motion.
Yeah. Godwin has this sort of faraway look in his eyes, like he's remembering better times.
Catherine just
Mm,
kind of
dear.
whispers to him and just, I haven't seen my mother in about 8 years now.
Knock 'em
And
dead, you two.
when I was
Well,
growing up, we commonly would listen to this song. She never told me what it was, but I always saw her and my dad dancing in his dance. Never
8 years.
understood why.
8 years is no time to an elf, right? He's just gonna give like a sad smile. He's like, "This is a wedding dance. Probably did it on their wedding night. I've danced this a lot, but never with
You
someone
miss
else."
them too?
Juniper, yeah. Been away for 6 years. It's, you know, duty calls, right?
Hmm.
The job's important. Can't give anything up for that. Even if I want to.
Hope one day I'll be able to face her again.
You should go.
No.
It doesn't matter what happened. A parent is a parent, and nothing done can ever change that. If you go to her, if you stand for her, sincerity and honesty.
You want me to look into my mother's eyes and tell her I killed her eldest son on accident?
Gotta tell the truth sometime. It's
I'll
better that
do it
way.
when I can bring him back.
Well, guy, keep searching then. My advice: don't let don't let the past stop you from what you could have in the present.
I know what I have in the present. And kind of winks over at Adam.
There's a current between you both. You can't see each other.
Mhm.
Damn.
Rip.
You have privacy.
That's fine.
Yep.
I know what I have in my present, but I also know what I can have in my future. I've made deals. I'm going to get him back, one way or another.
And with that,
Conviction.
the song ends with a very, very, very classy um, dip of the essentially the one of the females. You kind of you do a very slow dip, kind of looking into each other's eyes as the song cuts out, and the doorway reveals itself, and the curtain reveals, and that all of the rest of you see Catherine and Godwin mirroring perfectly what the other end of the statues were doing at the final pose.
A single tear drops from Godwin's eye, just splashes on the ground.
Mhm.
Catherine's face is stone cold.
Now you can go back to me.
Dude, just gonna
Spooky again.
stand up like super straight and formal, and give a and give a bow and sort of like gesture off the stage, like stand aside.
And she'll kind of take your hand and step down and walk back over to Adam.
Well done.
You see, in your hands is another amulet that seems to materialize in your palm.
I think that Jen needs that.
Also, Godwin, you don't actually have a amulet at the moment, by the way. The magic of the current let you speak, though.
Okay. We're retconning that. Okay.
I-
I was about to say.
It was an important
wondering.
conversation.
I'm like, the
It
magic
was
of the
too
Waiting for you
current.
to
important to mess
answer.
up.
It was an
I wasn't
isolated.
thinking about that. I
couple.
was like, this is gonna be an awkward one-sided conversation kind of a thing where I'm gonna like explain some little tidbits of the backstory, and then it was like responds, and I'm like,
Response. Yeah, no, I've been fine with it.
Yes, you're good.
So is it only
Response,
one
yeah.
amulet or two?
So right now, Catherine has one, Suki has one, and now
I'm asking like how
Yep,
many
has-
did they get?
Yip
this
has one.
Okay, so
Yep,
there's
has
only
one.
one that we got from the dance. Okay.
Yep, so there's now 4 in total. Yep, Suki, Catherine, and technically Godwin has it, though he has not put it on yet.
And
I think
Uh,
that Gid needs that necklace.
Godwin's gonna
or
present it
Adam,
to
your
Adam.
choice.
Adam's
Yep.
kind of holding
Or
himself.
Adam. I'm sorry, Adam. I thought you already had one. I am so sorry.
Adam just kind of is holding himself, and he looks up at Godwin with that empty stare again, and just kind of takes it and puts it around his neck. And nods.
Targeting.
As you do that, you feel that wash of magic begin to leave like around your aura, and you kind of like almost kind of like test speak for a second, but you realize you can speak again.
Hmm. He just
Uh,
mutters a thanks.
Godwin's gonna, write down and hand the paper to Catherine that just says, teach it to him.
Oh.
Scuttle down.
Ooh.
And you kind of see before the rest of you approach, you kind of see as you get to there, you see Chippy kind of stop in front of you all. Just, wow, usually a lot of people get that wrong. We've already lost like 3 adventuring parties to people unable to actually perform a dance. He kind of looks, I think that's some kind of elven trickery, but that's okay. If you know the dance, you know the dance. They probably should have shown something a little bit more obscure, but that's not for me to do. And you kind of see him a little bit excitedly. Up ahead is the final room, and of course the final puzzle. Well, I will say everyone does kind of know you're here, so I can't wait to see you fight the boss. I haven't seen Tyr fight in so long.
Oh, good. Tyr is here. Good to know.
They may not be able to scry on your party, but they definitely know you guys have been here. You can feel it sucking you into a dungeon.
Yeah, I'm not surprised there. But that's good. If Tyr knows that we're coming, then Tyr knows what he's about to get coming to him.
Anyways, I'm gonna go help and come on this way. And well, there is one last one. All you have to do, and he kind of says before, I'm sure it's gonna get really hectic once you all meet each other. So there's only one last door you have to get through. One last magic barrier. All you have to do is just press all of the plates at the same time in the room, and then you can fight Tyr, and then you'll be able to fight the final boss. Yippee!
I love you, Chippy.
Chippy, you are a diamond in the rough.
You see him unlock the last magic barrier to the next room, and you see him almost like just kind of waving a hand in front of it. When you step inside the room, you can now clearly see.
Hold on.
Go
I
ahead.
see a door to the left and a door to the right.
You may go in those if you
Sorry, I
would
didn't mean to
like.
upset.
They are you
Do I?
looking. If you can open up the door, Chippy says before he kind of releases the final barrier. That's just the living quarters, mostly just beds and the such.
You don't mind if
Okay.
I take a look?
Okay, but I'm releasing the final barrier to the last room. You
All
see,
right.
as he just completely unleashes the like magic barrier that separates you from like Tyr and the rest of everyone else.
Oh my god. Can I make a really quick perception check?
Yes, you
I'm
may.
looking for the personal effects of Tyr.
I want to do the same things. Yeah,
You may.
just glance in, see if anything important.
Give me that perception.
All right, blind perception check coming in.
No.
If I roll high enough, Shuckles has to tell me everything he knows about Tyr.
You look inside the room, and you'd imagine that any sort of personal effects. A lot of the room seems raided, not like someone threw things haphazardly around, but as you look around, all of the personal effects seem to be gone from the room, as they had ample time to prepare, knowing who exactly is coming in the dungeon at this point. All of the personal effects, other than so there's some stray books in the ground. You see one that just seems to be titled the quick and easy guide to becoming Yagmar's follower, book 1 of 20. All the other books seem to be missing, but you see various books and the like. None you could imagine that there is some potatoes next to the night shelf, on the night shelf next to the bed. There's just like a crate of potatoes.
Does Tyr just eat raw potatoes in his bed at night? Like while
He
he's
has a
reading about
hunger.
Yawgmoth?
Just
He is
munch
a
it
hunger.
away.
This is the start. All right. There's some. All right. Suki with urgency pulls up to Catherine.
What?
Catherine, I need
What?
you to trust me.
That's a big ass.
I understand that, but I need to cast a spell on you. And it's going to be a spell that makes you look like Godwin.
Interesting choice, but all right.
Okay. And then I will cast Disguise Self on Catherine to make her appear to be Godwin. I'm casting the spell. I am casting the spell.
He's casting.
Ooh.
He's
Casting the spell.
You're casting.
I cast 5 paragraphs.
I
Okay,
cast
right.
testicular torsion.
The spell will last for an hour, and while the spell lasts, Catherine will appear to be Godwin. Their voice will be unaffected, though. And then Suki will rush up to Godwin. Godwin, I need you to trust me. That's a big ask, I understand. But I need to cast a spell on you. It's a spell that will disguise you as Catherine.
He's gonna, yeah, he's gonna like, how do I do this? Like choke up on his gun so he's holding the barrel, and like uncross his arms and just be like, all right, hold out his hand.
And then, oh, I don't need your hand. You can keep that. And then Suki will cast a spell on Godwin, making him to appear to be Catherine.
Okay.
And then Suki will take a very formal bow, and to both Godwin and to Catherine, and oh, thank you so much for your cooperation. It is greatly appreciated. Please, your trust is well placed.
So, have you guys wait? I went away, stepped away for a second to go to the bathroom. Did you guys like open the doors?
Yeah. They agreed to what Suki asked.
That we what?
Yeah. Catherine
Yeah.
and
Basically,
Godwin.
Catherine and
That's
Godwin
exactly.
swapped.
They look like each other.
Yeah.
So Godwin looks like Catherine, and Catherine looks like Godwin.
Okay. So is this door open that they can see?
Right,
us and stuff?
right after suddenly other people started, or suddenly other tokens started appearing.
Because I want
Go
to cast
on.
some spells before we do the whole battle thing. Like that I prepared for this.
Go for it.
Yay.
You have anything less than a minute casting?
Oh yeah, it takes less than a minute to cast because Yap actually has magic casting.
You can cast.
Go ahead and add whatever you need to you. I'm going to describe the next room. Just add whatever you need to do your character. As you see Chippy just wave over the essentially put like the magical barrier between you and the rest of them and settled. You all walk down the stairs. You can just see from here. You see what looks to be the two sisters that Godwin described, along with your old pal Tyr and Belethus, which is the Chernobyl, and they all seem to be just sitting in their regular chairs. Seem to be almost like four fine stone throne like chairs that all just seem to be kind of watching you all as they see Chippy come up and kind of move over and go to the entrance. There does seem to be one giant last magical barrier that spans across this gap. It is similar to the. Let me double check, but I think it is. Gonna double check to see. Yeah, it's the green one.
Can I make a request?
Yes, you may.
Can we temporarily change Godwin's token to Catherine's and Catherine's token to
It
Godwin's?
would be a little bit too much. I'm just going to roleplay it.
Okay. That's fair. That is fair. I'm
There we go.
invisible, by the way.
Okay.
No big deal.
Yeah. No big deal.
As you step
I
through,
can-
like I said, Chippy announces the rules before he leaves. He says, "You must be able to step on all the platforms at the same time in order to progress to the final barrier." Oh, look, sister! The others have come to play. Let's have someone else entertain them for a second. Now, sister, don't get ahead of yourself. Let
No,
them
it's
filter into the room.
Minus
Yep.
boots up.
Yep.
He brings out
Yeah.
Godwin's necklace.
Oh wait, I need a roll because that manipulate, don't I?
Nope, Yip does. I'll say Yip cast it.
No, Yap casts it.
Okay, then roll me a d20.
Is anyone taking
Yep.
me up on the temp HP offer?
I have temp HP.
I'm good.
It's 6.
Alright. I believe everything else I have is up wrong. I believe everything
Oh, I
else
got
is in combat.
I already did it, Zerna.
I got it.
Yeah.
Yep. Yap coats
Yeah,
his
yeah.
scales in like a rocky earthen material.
Question.
Why
I
is
see that
Catherine
there
over
are
here?
Don't worry about it.
I see that there are torches.
You can execute that one. That's
to-
fine. It's fine to kill.
Okay.
Torches attached to these things.
Mhm.
Now, does that mean that they are pillars or platforms?
These are actually going to be these are actually pillars right here. I
Okay.
couldn't mess. I tried my best to mess with the things. These are 4 pillars. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 platforms that must be stepped on. As you enter the room, though, as you're kind of looking around, the hallway behind you closes, almost locking with that magical barrier. because you feel yourself, or Suki, you feel yourself just almost having like that barrier almost cutting your tail if you just move it out of the way just in time. And as you see,
Tails. I have
Tails,
2.
you all see, like, you all can see this two sisters. You see Nilo over at the very end, almost just very, very just bad looking. You can tell they look like they've been starved. Just seeing across the chasm, you kind of see the other four that seem to be just almost watching you curiously. Um, Now, sister, why don't we have them introduced to a little bit more fun than just playing with platforms? And as they say that, you see, in the middle of the area, all of the flames around the torches seem to almost move and dance and leap from the pedestal they're on, and all converge in the center as a giant pyronite ooze begins to bubble up and form
Can
out of pure magic.
Can I try to grab and extinguish one of the flames as they're going over with my shadow?
With your shadow, from where you are positioned, I will say no, because I don't think it's within 10 feet of you.
Within 120 feet.
Sure. Go ahead. Make a counteract check using Fortitude or Thievery.
Yeah, we're just gonna roll our thievery. No.
Okay.
Is it 34?
I will actually, I will. Whoop, wrong one. Wrong button.
And
All the
everything's
tokens
gone.
gone.
What happened?
There we go.
Nuclear launch detected.
As you do that, I will actually.
You realize I needed.
I will lower their level by 1 more.
Godwin's shadow basically it like stretches out super far and like sort of reaches and like climbs up and engulfs the torch as it's going over and plunges it back into the ground and like
Godwin's
noms it.
shadow does this.
Yeah,
Inside of everyone?
inside of everyone. Yeah.
You see a shadowy magic form around Godwin as he does that, and this does lower the level of the ooze by 1.
Okay.
Oh,
Would
God
this
would
be an
get sort of
astrology lore to know more?
Sure, you have 6 seconds to look at this thing.
I'm also
Let's see.
invisible, so I can take my sweet time.
Yeah. You realize that this is a. With that one, you realize that this is a giant ooze known for its ability.
Oh, no. I don't care about the ooze at
Oh.
all. I'm looking at Godwin and his
Yeah.
crazy shadow.
That would be for Godwin to tell you. I will make the roll public, and I'll let Godwin decide.
That was public.
Okay. It's just a 9, but the result is a 28.
True. I just look at a couple of his DCs for a couple of things.
Sure. Do you want to DM me later?
Yeah.
If anything?
Nah, I gotcha. So you would know that from looking at this, this is not an ability that elves usually have, but it is a sort of intrinsic part of like his biology. Like the shadows seem to be like like his skin is almost like flickering a little bit, sort of like it. In contrast to how like say Nilo uses shadows, where Nilo gives form to shadows, it's almost as if like shadows are overtaking Godwin's
there
form,
two
and
yips?
reaching out as an extension of himself.
I don't
Need
see
to
the
roll a
second.
d20. Need to roll a d20 real quick. I'm doing my special. Fuck. Oh,
Wait, there's 2 atoms.
Where's the 2 atoms?
I don't know. I see 2 atoms though.
Oh, there's like, oh yeah, there's
There's like
2
multiples of
atoms.
multiple
Where is it?
people.
What are y'all seeing?
I see
Relo-
2 atoms in
Let
the
me reload
initiative
my
line.
page.
Adams, there's 2 Catherines. Yeah.
Saber, how did you?
DM. Since I was avoiding notice, can I roll some
Sure.
stealth? Sweet. I'm just stealthing it up.
I will say,
Stealth?
the ooze go twice. Wait, actually no, people did
Oh,
roll
wait.
lower than that. God dang.
How do I initiative?
That's not
Wait.
very bold.
Wait, why does it
What?
say I've
Wait.
already rolled initiative?
Yeah, Zerda, why does it say I
It
have
doesn't
50?
say my screen.
I have 2. I have 1 at max and 1 at
Oh,
50. 1 at lowest and 1
I
highest.
see 2 initiatives.
Yeah,
for
I already have
Gotham.
one on initiative. Why do I have one on initiative?
Let me get rid of the encounter thing. That might
yeah.
have... let me double check.
I think you had a
So-
counter set up there already.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Maybe like a residual from another encounter that never ended.
Maybe.
Everyone rerolls their initiative checks. Everyone's
my
initiative,
guess.
and everyone rolled horribly.
We're just gonna take a mulligan on that.
Let me try, see if that should be it.
Okay, I do not see 2 atoms anymore.
Okay, good. It's something happened with the encounter, but we could be good.
How did
Yeah.
none of you roll above an 8?
I rolled an 18. Fuck you.
Wait,
But I rolled
why
a
did I
20.
roll a
Oh, fuck
3
yeah.
again? Bro, I rolled
Nice.
a 3 again.
And then I get a +2
I'm
to this.
so sad.
Wait.
I thought my die was a natural 20, but it wasn't my die.
It
There we
was
go. The ooze
mine.
got better this
Fine.
time.
What's my initiative? It's 20.
It was Adams.
2 nat 20s,
You know
let
what?
go.
You know what's funny? We're gonna do my funny ability.
And it does
Nat 20.
absolutely nothing.
Wow. That's I would have
Oh my
I
God.
would have rolled 1 better. I roll a 19
That's
instead.
4
I rolled
nat
a fucking 2.
that's 4 nat 20. That's 4 nat 20s out of 5 rolls.
All
Zerda.
right, we are boned.
Wait, Zerda, I get a demoralize on the creature.
Okay.
Is it mine? I get
It's-
demoralize it as a
it's a
free
ooze.
action.
a
It's more.
ooze.
What are you gonna
Is
do?
it-
Tell me he's fat?
What would you
Yeah.
like to say? What would you like to say to the ooze?
I wiggle at him threateningly.
Oh, sure. Give me an intimidation.
He turns into one of those like fighting the warlocks.
I don't have
that
anything to
thing.
roll against. The token's not exist.
Defined.
Oh, that's the token. That's
Yeah,
the token.
it's
I can even
weird.
click on it.
Cause yeah, there isn't the token is bigger than the actual like creature.
Yeah, it's
Which
weird.
is weird.
It's because yeah, you'll. Oh, it's because I need to make them huge.
Oh
There we
jeez, oh
go.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
That just makes the token still bigger.
I know, no, I'm fixing. There we go. That should fix it. And I
Damn.
also gonna make
Oh,
a
There we
man.
go.
gargantuan.
Now I
Okay,
can
that
see
was
the border.
great.
There we go.
It's proper.
That
ooze
was
size.
awesome.
That's unnervingly close to Adam. I don't like that.
That
There we
was
go. It's in the center of the
awesome.
room.
It's unnervingly
It's
cool.
about center, yeah.
Still can't believe I
So-
rolled 2. Hey, does a 27 beat his perception DC?
Yes.
Wait, okay, that means it doesn't notice me.
It doesn't notice you.
Yeah,
Somehow.
I am in stealth. He has no idea that I'm here. Okay, that's funny. Let me just.
I feel where the old hero is.
Wait, I gotta
Is
find
he
the
on top of
effect.
Yip?
Here we go.
What?
I
What?
think so.
No,
Yes,
yours
I'm
right
t-
here.
Yeah, he was right. Oh, yeah, he was right there.
Oh, there he is.
I can't move my
Uh.
token.
I know, because combat started.
I know you slid me over.
Yeah, you kind of
Slide
moved
to
it.
the left.
You're good.
Now take it back now, y'all.
I'm thinking back
There we
now,
go.
y'all.
27,000 hops this time.
The DM commands it.
Let me.
Actually, hey Zerda, I just want to clarify. If I have poisons, how many things can I poison before combat?
One poison per whatever. However, one coating equals 1 poison attack essentially if it hits.
Yeah, but like since I load separately, can I have like multiple things pre-poison, or no?
Sure, as many poisons as long as it's different items. Yeah.
Okay. Cause yeah, it would just be like 4 different bullets basically.
You see Hero go up. The silent killer at this point, very, very angry. He spends one action, he spends his move action to go up and makes 2 strikes at the giant ooze. Most likely, double checking. Critting 2 times in a row. Which I don't think actually affected the ooze as much.
Yep, because it's
Which
immune to
Zerda
crit.
didn't mention doesn't affect oozes.
Oops, actually no, it
That
did
is-
not.
Well,
It is. I will take
damage.
one. I'll take the 54. You see him go up and slash the ooze. The ooze jiggles in response. His father's sword strongly clasped in his hands, a silent warrior to behold. And then it is your go, Adam.
Okay. 47 every attack rolls. 30 second one. 6. What does enfeeble do again? Would oozes be strength?
I think so.
Think so? Okay, I'm gonna cast Ray of Enfeeblement then.
Okay.
Real quick.
Yeah. Plus, enfeeble does
Go funny goose
reduce
man.
its damage.
Almost.
Damn it.
It is enfeebled 1.
Enfeebled one, yes. And then he's going to duck behind this pillar right here.
You step on the platform, and as you do, you feel the platform weighted down underneath your feet.
Also, why is there a ghost of me right here?
It's just showing you movement where you started your turn.
Oh, that's the new feature. I didn't know that. Okay.
Yep, it is
That's new
your
feature.
go.
So our whole goal is just stepping on all the platforms, right? That's it? I just wanna
That is
confirm
a goal.
A goal.
Survival is another goal.
Always another goal.
Living is another goal.
Yeah, I don't think
yeah.
we physically can step on all of them. We don't have enough.
People.
That's what you think. Evolution Surge says otherwise. Sorry, I need to slide over Yip real quick. We're just gonna... No, I don't want that one. I want this one. Big, yeah.
Big, yeah.
Yeah.
Huge.
Bigger, yeah.
Big.
So that
Big
is
boy.
that is 2 actions to evolution surge.
Yep, 2 actions, and then I'm gonna tandem action to strike the creature.
Okay.
With this, and he's gonna summon his
Beat 'em up.
astral. He's like reaches out and pulls open, like opens the portal and pulls out his astral sword and slashes at the creature.
Okay. You don't critically hit it. You
Yeah,
are 1
damn it.
away from critically hitting it.
Isn't that bad?
Just
Is it
that-
really that bad?
He has an AC of 16. You still
What
hit.
the? What level is this thing? Like, what the?
It's because it's a ooze. Ooze is immune to crits. That's why.
Oh wait, my
Yeah.
thing's not here. It's supposed to be that one action, like after you attack something, you can trip it from the beast. I can just roll athletics. It's just a trip action that doesn't take penalty. Yep, flips the ooze.
The ooze falls down.
Flip.
It's more flat.
Picks up ooze.
Which side is the upside?
Yo.
It's an ooze.
Yep, uses his sword like a shovel.
There you go. And what is
That's
any
it.
last
Wait.
action?
That's it. Yeah, that's all 4 actions.
Okay. You
You're
see,
right.
Wait, what is this?
it
Yeah,
is
what
your
is
go bug.
that?
What is
worry about it.
that's Jen's snake they summoned.
Oh, okay.
Jen summoned
I was
a
gonna
elemental.
say-
Okay, I was about to say, because I clicked on it, 'cause I thought it was an enemy, and it said token
Right.
doesn't exist, and I was
Can
like,
we
huh?
all actually
Oh, it didn't
spell
exist. Hold on, I gotta. No, that's my mistake. It's the thing that I was talking about earlier. I'll fix it. Also, you get a fireworm. It was the closest thing I could find to like an appropriate level.
I mean, I can have Fireworm, but the thing is that image-wise, I did send you one, but I guess I never pinned it.
I had no idea what you were. You'll have to resend it.
I'll find it. It's fine.
It'll be a fireworm, but it'll be image. Pockets, what are you doing?
All right. So, Suki, does the creature seem to react as to Suki?
It has no reaction to you, what you can tell. It is jiggling in place, upside down somehow.
Awesome. Suki kind of
just
slides
slap
to
on
the
head.
left, and then Kenko is going
nasty ass brain head.
to slither out and occupy this space here.
Kenku does not have enough weight to push down the pressure plate.
Kenko is going to change shape into a kitsune.
Does that
There you go.
increase your weight?
Let me read change shape.
Oh, perfect. Electric worm.
Electric worm, but electric fox, yes.
Let me just quickly save this image real fast.
Humanoid form.
And you
It
see,
is
is
a
it
polymorph
illusion?
effect.
Okay, is it
It's a polymorph effect.
Okay, then I will say yes. They are able to push. They were able to push down on their plate.
And Kenko's size should increase to medium.
We'll just say they all, because I'm messing with this token.
Sure.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Okay, it is. Just quickly adding this token real fast. Add, boom. We are going to just. And. Ignore the fact that it's that large.
Jeez. Oh my
They're
gosh,
giant! If I use every single thing I choose to use as an image, huge.
I don't know. You might.
There we go.
Yeah. Wow.
There you go.
Choose for things to be
The
huge.
ooze. It is the ooze's turn. It is going to. On his turn. Seeing as Yap hooded, it's going to reach out to try to attack Yap with his
While on the
pseudopod.
floor.
Yes, it is.
Okay,
It reaches
I'm
out. It
faking
is very dumb. It critically misses. And
Yep,
I need
there's-
Yap
yep.
to make a reflex save.
Even on a miss. Crazy.
On a critical miss.
Right?
You succeed.
Jeez.
It reaches out to try to do that, and then it just stabilizes itself. It jiggles.
Oh, did it stand up?
It
Did it
jiggles.
stand up? I would like to attack opportunity.
Go for it. It jiggles in
Yay!
place.
I don't know if killing this actually matters or not, but yay!
Probably not, but alright.
No. Probably not.
Critically hit it.
You can't fail.
Let me double check to make sure it is. It does actually take the full damage. Okay. Half it, because I know it's resistant, so I know it's
This
weird.
type-
Just roll a
I know.
normal damage on it.
Not the funny damage. The unfunny.
It was about half.
Yeah.
I mean, I can honestly just kill this thing. I don't think it matters, but
The ooze,
Takes-
the ooze bleeds.
ooze.
Fire. Oh, also,
Okay,
Godwin.
go.
That's a pillar. Thank you.
Wait, what?
That's a pillar.
No, it's a pillar.
That's a pillar.
You
not
can't
a
be
pillar.
there.
Yeah, sorry. These
And-
4 pillars.
Oh, that's a pillar?
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
Those 4 pillars.
Things up here. Okay, I thought these were still things. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe we could do it. Okay, so I'm gonna take a quick aim at this and devise a stratagem and then recall knowledge as part of that action.
Go for it.
What skill do I need to use to recall knowledge?
This one
How do
I would say
learn
I would
this
say
thing?
either arcane or nature.
Arcana or nature?
Mhm.
I'll go for Arcana. I get a, let's see. I don't have an item bonus to this. Okay. So I'm just gonna grab a +3 from my detective thing. And we roll. If this is a crit, I get a +1.
You crit.
I roll a total of 14 for a total of...
Oh wait, for it's a
What is
lore
this, man?
check. Yeah, but it's still
What
crit.
is this creature?
It is a Pyronite ooze, though not fully formed as you have damaged it. Is there anything else? Is there anything particular I could know about it?
Let's see. I would say resistances and specifically any like on death abilities. Like, does this thing explode when we kill it?
It does not explode when you kill it. And it has no resistances.
No
Really?
resistances. Okay. Anybody else want anything? Can take that as a no. Okay. Or yeah.
It does
I'm
have
gonna ask one more question and yeah.
It also has tremor sense, by the way.
Okay.
It oscillates. You can
I'm
feel
just
the
gonna say
vibrations.
oscillates. What is this thing's main form of like fire attack? Like I'm looking at its like nasty little volcano brain. I'm like,
It
does it
tries to
like
reach out. It
splurt
does
out
fire.
magma or something to attack?
It can spit out fire. It has the ability to kind of like explode a little bit and deal AoE damage around it using fire.
Sickness, dude. Alright, I'm going to, with that, I'm going to do my actual divisive stratagem. What am I rolling for this? Okay, an 18 is pretty good. I'm going to load up a, just because it'll be funny. I'm gonna load up a, acid bullet. I'm gonna have Nail sort of slot in this like irradiated, like metal bullet that's like glowing this nasty color. And, yeah, that's gonna be, we're gonna use that as a strike.
Okay. You
We shoot
critically
him
hit it, though
with
it will be
a...
the. You critically
Yeah,
hit it
it's
by
a 42.
26. Roll regular damage.
And then we apply. That is. So we rolled this damage.
That
Is
not
For the
crit.
crit. Oh yeah, we
That's
rolled regular
critical.
damage. That's right.
Yeah, delete that.
That's right. We have to roll regular damage. Yeah. So we do this. That's my regular damage. And then with the
Is that 1d6 cold damage?
acid shot, I'm also dealing.
Yeah, it was
What?
1d6 cold damage.
It takes an extra 15 damage.
Yeah.
Oh jeez.
Let's go.
Oh my
Huge.
gosh.
And then it also takes persistent acid damage and 3 acid splash damage.
Okay.
Alright, I have one more action remaining. I am going to hide and go back into stealth.
Okay. Alright, Captain, here's your go.
It's spooky in here.
It does not see you.
I am going
It does not
to I would like to upcast
I'm gonna have him go here.
5th level, I think.
I would say you can only be on. I would say you would only be able to keep enough. It would take too much pressure to do both at the same time. Only one of them would be able to be pressed down by him. There you go.
Okay, I'm gonna go over here. Cause yeah, he just gets a free action. Ooh.
So 30 feet, that's right there. 30 feet there. So we'll just do from here over
Okay.
60 feet basically.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can angle it so that it runs into the wall. So like
Yeah, I'd see what you're saying. Yeah, no, I get you.
like that.
Yeah.
The goal is to cock block their vision so they can't just easily see in here.
You do
Hell
that, and you
yeah.
hear a very on the other end, you just hear, "Oh, sister, they're blocking our view," and I was getting so much good information.
Yeah, and I did the 5th level, so
Oh,
it's
yeah,
even
I
harder to
love-
see through.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, we're all just concealed. I actually have
I am
buffs to that.
going to hold my weapon in the air, and I am going to. I need to try and catch.
Look, I may not have been able to move, but I'm gonna do stuff to piss them off.
I'm invisible. I don't care.
You don't need to move. It's good.
I'm going to do that. I'm going to use Jaw of the Lightning.
I'm glad Suki approves.
And
It rolled
that-
a 19.
you know, it's a
Okay,
failure.
A 16.
But yeah, Jin is going to hold his metal rod, both actually, but mostly one, in the air, and he is going to deal 3d12.
All that damage.
Yo.
Yo, where does this lightning bolt coming from?
They have
Damn.
two.
Also, I will say, because of what it is, I gonna get hurt, but it's okay.
I was gonna say, doesn't Jin have literal lightning scars on them?
Yes, yes, this man does.
Hmm.
I think they got him.
Give
I
me
smell
a.
something
As you
suspicious.
yap out, give me that d20.
D20.
As you
I have a
yap
question
out.
for you,
It's
Zerda.
like most
How did you-
of his spells.
How did you roll a
he can
19 twice out of?
I don't know. I don't know, but I rolled a fucking 7. I
Yep,
don't
you're
know
good.
when-
You take 6 damage as you
Yeah,
balk
it's
out
good.
and start to hear ringing in your ears.
I have a question for you.
Mhm.
How should we see how badly injured it is?
It looks very badly injured. Yes.
Okay, so that is
Yes.
intentional.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is very very badly injured as Hero
Is-
using his action to strike twice.
Got it. Thank you.
It's on the ground. It's like brain is like leaking out of its head. Nasty little like fire explosion brain is just like oozing on the floor.
It takes the full amount of 23 as he will then use his movement action to move 30 feet back.
I think that's
Adam, it is your go.
I was torn between two different things. Target. I'll just flame strike. Why not? Oh, it's like the perfect size too. Right there. So I'm gonna
Yo,
cast flame strike.
wait a minute. This is a fire ooze.
It's divine fire.
Yep. It will make the reflex save.
Okay.
Uh,
These resistance. Okay.
is this the? I think this is maybe the first time it's being hit by
Okay.
fire
yeah, did
damage.
that.
I think
Yes,
this
it
is-
says
it
right
does-
here.
Probably, yeah.
Creatures immune
I
to fire
did,
instead of getting immunity benefits treat
fire
the results of the
damage.
save as
If you-
1 degree of skill better.
Did you do fire? How did you do fire damage, Godwin? I didn't catch it if you did.
My gun does persistent fire damage. It's
Oh,
it's
persistent. So
boulders.
Wait, so it hasn't
the
actually
thing.
been hit by fire, if I'm not mistaken, right? Because persistent is until after the end of its turn.
Yep.
Okay.
So it has
Yeah.
essentially has a fuse on it. So it's like a bomb. It has a fuse
Yeah.
until it blows up.
Okay, go ahead and roll damage as it critically fails
Yeah.
your.
It treats it as a
Oh,
failure.
It takes double the amount because it may not be immune to critical hits, but critical. I don't think critical saves. Yep.
And It says for the spells, if they are immune to fire, they treat it as one save better.
They're not.
It's not immune to fire?
I
Who knows?
think this
Yeah, I
is
know,
Uh,
that's
inaccurate.
weird.
It instead of being immune to
That's
fire,
strange.
it instead, as you hit it on impact, it explodes, and in its place, I have to 1 second
I had
here.
a feeling somebody was gonna do it.
I would
I had a
like to
feeling
point
something was
out
gonna
that
happen there.
Suki and Kenko enjoy cover from any saving throws that involve a large explosion
Oh no, it
emanating
doesn't.
from the Pyronic ooze.
I thought you told it doesn't explode in death.
Offer it.
It
Yeah,
doesn't
it doesn't
explode on death. It didn't die.
It explodes on fire
Ah.
impact.
It splits
Fire
into two.
impact.
Nice.
He just
I just lets out a
more.
loud sigh.
I'm gonna count this
Hey,
as
it
both.
still took the damage,
Yeah.
right?
It did, and
Yeah,
it split into
doesn't
two.
matter.
I'm gonna count this as the same creature for my Pursuo lead.
Why did you do that? I just realized why are you on two separate pillars? Shuckles. Two
It might be
separate
just.
sets.
It might be a visual
What do you
thing.
mean?
Yeah, I just noticed that.
You're one. No, you're
Wait, what do
one
you mean
here, and you
I'm
have
on
your
two
pet
separate
here.
pillars?
Oh yeah, that's a pet.
Yeah,
I
we need
know.
to set down more pillars, right?
Yeah, your
I
goal is
know.
to put pressure on all of the pillars in order to on all of the floor spots in order to open up the gate to get Nilo.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
why do you
tandem.
think
I'm
I
gonna
haven't
tandem move. I'm gonna tandem move.
Okay.
What size are these? Large, huge, gigantic?
Right now they are large.
Oh, then I'm tall. Okay, then I'm. Yeah, so then movement's weird because I'm bigger than. Actually, how do I move? I think I have to leap. I think I can leap over them. I can. I don't even. I think I make.
Vault them, vault them, vault them.
Yep. Unless I
I
roll
have
a
to
one as a
I have
speed.
to re-add this to the initiative.
If I roll a one, I fail. Okay. Nope. I'm good. Whee!
I like looking at the Pyronite ooze with its 15 initiative.
And then I'll move again. I'll move again. And I have a single action left I can do with Yip if I want to, which I will cast Electric
He's
Arm.
blind.
Actually,
Can you
that
imagine if this was
only-
a regular ass ooze that was like splits by electric?
Actually, you know what? Instead of that one, I'll just use Ray of Frost because I only hit one of them.
Also, they're weak to
Yeah,
frost, to cold
they're immune
damage.
they're immune to cold damage.
No,
No,
they're weak
to
to it.
cold damage.
They're weak to cold damage. They take an extra 15.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Then why did you say
crazy.
immune?
That was what my one.
Go ahead and roll damage.
I said weak.
He tried to say
Not
weak, but
saying
he
They
said
take-
immune by a
They
mistake.
take one of them takes 17 and then another 15.
This one.
So how you?
Oh, so I'm having Yap stand on both these pillars over here.
He can only have enough weight to do one.
He is 4 times his size.
I do. He has enough weight to do one.
Zona didn't foresee this.
No, I did foresee it.
No, Zerda
don't-
did.
Don't. You guys still. I mean, like I said, you still haven't realized the full
Huge.
effect of the situation.
Maybe we should want to split them.
Split them so they move on to the pillars.
Yes. If we
Really?
could even get these two to stand on the ones on each side, and then we stand on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think we have enough for 8.
It goes to attack
We're
you.
close.
It misses. It goes to attack you, Godwin. It's gonna reach out to try to
Oh.
attack. Actually, the squirrel instead. And it misses.
Touch on me. He's gonna touch. No, not my squirrel.
It tries to go for your squirrel, and it misses.
He does have the same AC as me, actually, which is pretty funny.
Pockets, or Suki, you're invisible.
I am invisible.
But you
I intend
also
to
are
stay
currently, you also are holding down a plate, which is visibly holding down a plate. A plate is currently
Okay.
visibly being depressed at the moment.
Does the Pyronic ooze have vision as a sense?
It has imprecise sense of tremor sense. It actually knows
But
you're
that's
there.
not. That's it doesn't. It does. Okay, so it senses me by tremors,
Yes.
but it doesn't matter that I'm standing on the pillar or not. Let's be.
does
Let's
not.
be honest. Don't try to fool me, Zerda. I'm impervious to it. All right. Suki is going to cast a very important spell. Actually. All right. Suki is going to whisper into is this Godwin here? Yeah, that's Godwin.
Yeah,
It
Can I
looks
see
like
Godwin?
Hidden.
Catherine though.
yeah.
Well, I know that.
Also,
I'm
do you guys
whispering
have-
into quote unquote Catherine's ear.
Mhm.
Go and stand on the pillar just ahead of you. And then I'm going to cast the spell Message again.
Mhm.
I'm going to cast it to Hero.
Mhm.
Why don't you stand on that pillar right there, and then
Oh, yeah,
you'll
there.
find that we'll battle the people you mean to.
You see him give a subtle nod.
I
It is.
end my turn.
It is your go, Godwin.
Alright, he's gonna turn around. He's gonna he's gonna give Yip a nice little thumbs up and a pat. And he's gonna bolt.
Oh, sorry.
Good luck.
Yeah, it's gonna.
I hope you get hit on the way, but that's not my business.
You see
Rude.
you see a very angry-looking ooze that Godwin decides to run away from, leaving you to be in the full view of this giant ooze.
Nice.
Alright. And I'm going to do a devise a stratagem again. See what's going on with this lad.
Okay.
Yeah, we're I actually kind of don't want to shoot it. Let's see.
Oh,
we
it also
have-
should have taken the 1d6 fire damage. No, actually, when they split, I would say no.
They split it into it.
Yeah.
We'll see if if I kill it, then it's bad. Let's see if there's anything else I can really do. Nah, not really.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. I'm just gonna end turn.
It is your go, Catherine.
I'm gonna hide again.
Can I move through ally squares?
Yes.
Okay. Da, 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 da. Da.
You move on the other side of your shadows. Oh, look, sister! The goth has come to play.
The
Oh,
goth.
That's what I call a
Catherine-
stealth roll.
Catherine runs through and then just flips them both off as her final action.
Oh my! I got disconnected for a second.
I ran and flipped off the two earthbending twins.
Only one of them's
Honestly,
earthbending.
fair.
How did you wait? How did they see you through the?
I ran
She's
through
on
them.
the other.
Oh.
She's on the other side of the
Okay.
wall of shadow at the moment.
All right,
Shadow
gotcha.
wall.
So Godwin just appears and is flipping them off.
Yeah.
Godwin appears.
Godwin appears.
Jen, is your go. You have an angry ooze in front
Yeah.
of you.
So he's not moving, but since his previous turn,
Twitch won't let me log in.
they are going to bonk it, and it will have a. It deals 1d12. Yes. Okay. Of electric as well. So let me let me try and bonk it. I need to target it first. I forgot I need to target it first.
You have like a
Basically,
90% chance of critically hitting it.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. It's an ooze. Okay.
90 looks at my
Looks at you
16.
too. Somehow you managed to not crit it.
Yeah, let me just.
We love this fucker.
Or don't bug it.
Crit on
It
a
was a crit,
7, let's
okay.
go.
And that is bludgeoning damage. The first bludgeoning damage on the entire team.
Yeah,
Goddamn
also,
right.
where is it? Where is it? I want to make sure that I'm reading this right. For the rest of the spell's duration, for the first strike each round with the weapon you hold yeah, just a 1d12 of electricity.
Oh.
So,
Bring it back.
Bring back now, y'all.
Fucking oozes. This is so fucking typical of oozes.
As you
It
go to
is.
hit it, you split it in two, damaging both of them equally, as you have split this ooze in twain.
I do like that.
Actually, I
fun.
think it's in twain.
It's entwined.
that was one hit.
It's
Actually,
in.
I want
Uh-uh.
to do, since I have 2 more.
And then
Fly
Turtle will be
through
like,
the air.
in this fucking world, it's in
I
twain.
know it's going to be
It's in
less,
tween.
but with my rhythmic actions, I want a double slice. So, basically, I just want to hit it twice.
Okay.
I'm going to probably aim for. I will aim for this one specifically. I will regret it in the long run, but it is okay. Now we're gonna.
Nice.
We got our first
You
miss.
missed the ooze with your second strike, but you do
I don't know what you're talking
manage.
about. It's fine.
Really only on a nat one.
You
that
do
missed.
split one of them, but the other end ends up being completely gone as you manage to split it. Now there's only one tinier one, and one medium, and one just right.
Mhm.
That's bad. There we go. It is Hero's turn as he begrudgingly, instead of attacking things, moves to the square.
Okay, so is this one being pressed down or no?
It is.
It is. Okay,
That
so
one
we.
is being pressed down
only-
because Kenko is able to
It's
change
That's the
it.
last
only
one.
this
Okay.
one. I have an
You
idea. I have an idea to do that as well. If you can't.
Okay, is there anything that you want me to do to help you with that?
I mean, unless you can split it again.
I can actually. I could just do another flaming strike if you want me to do that.
It'd make it probably easier for what I want to do next. So yes.
Okay, I will flaming strike again. I'm not gonna bother putting the circle down. You know where it's going.
Yes.
There
The
you go.
ooze circle.
Setting.
As it makes this nat 20 reflex save, dodging out of the way.
Failure.
Even on nat 20, I don't think it.
Okay, roll damage.
You explode one of the halves. It is, as you do manage to do over its damage, one of the halves does die, and now you're left with a smaller, very, very, very damaged half.
Does that half fly out a little bit and land on the pressure plate?
No, it lands very close, though it is looking very intently at you.
As like.
And from there, I'll just end my turn.
Okay.
Oop.
Yeah. Why?
That was my bad.
Wait,
It's just moving.
I was
Yep.
about to say.
Also,
Alright.
this has initiative. It should be right below. It should be going after Yip's turn.
Yep. Oh, you. I can't move myself now. Whatever you did fucked up me moving.
Where would you like to move?
I want to move here, next to it.
Okay.
Wait, really?
You move
Yeah.
next to it.
What are
I'm
you
gonna
getting at?
I'm gonna reposition the ooze behind me.
Okay.
Athletics.
There's one
I
action
thought-
to move forward.
And then athletics.
Go ahead and make athletics.
Please, please. Yes.
36.
You
Don't-
grapple it. Let me double check the reposition wording.
Suplex it, mate.
I think reposition moves at 5 feet, but I think that's a crit. So I don't have
It is not
reposition
a
on my.
crit. It is not a
I
crit.
don't
Unless it is to a reflex. Let me see if it's fortitude or reflex.
know. Against the
Fortitude. Nope, it is
fortitude.
not enough to critically succeed. You can move the creature up to 5 feet.
Can they not move it over themselves?
Nope. You move the
Two,
creature up to 5 feet. It must remain within your reach during the movement, and you can't move into or through obstacles.
Alright, here, and then I'll do it again with a penalty.
Okay.
Right. Just -5 from this.
You critically
21.
fail.
I
The
don't know what
target
that.
can move on a crit. Let me double check. Oh no, not a critical fail. Just regular fail.
Yeah, I kind of really just want to flip it over myself. Well, we have to go through all of them again.
Now it's going to take its turn.
Yeah, my
And
foundry is really fucked up right now.
I will say it is Suki is supposed to be below it. Let me. As you do that, it tries to it will stay still and attack you. First it will blast out. And he misses.
That doesn't hit me.
It does not. It's hitting itself. No.
Yeah, why it's targeting itself?
It misses twice, and then the other ooze is going to try reaching out and grasping at you, Jen. And it misses. And it misses again. Nope. I think that's Jen.
Did
What's
fire
your
and
AC?
mist?
It will actually hit, Jen.
Please, I'm scared.
29 damage.
You really do just be bapping.
Wait, is that an unarmed attack?
Yes, it is.
Let me adjust.
Pockets, it is your go. Okay. I apologize for the hit. Oh, it's not a critical hit. Oh yeah, melee. I know it is. You cast Tempest Surge. You can push it 5 feet away from you.
Yay! Get back.
And also deal 1d12. Give me 3d12 damage.
Got it.
Yeah. That wasn't a crit, but yeah.
23. Pockets, it's your go. The platform behind Yip is still the platform behind Yip is currently unpressured.
Alright. So Suki is going to cast an important spell.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be message.
Oh, I just realized what I can do actually.
Yeah, and Suki is going to message, yep. Just take a step back and let it come to you. Then we'll have this all in hand. And then I pass my turn.
Godwin, it is your go.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna. Yeah, there's really not much I can do. I'm just gonna. You know what? No, there is something I can do. I'm gonna quicken my heartbeat.
Your heartbeat quickens.
I'm roiding out right now, and then I pass turn.
Okay. Catherine.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it skipped to Jen.
Yeah,
Catherine.
skip to me.
My bad.
Can Catherine even see?
Oh,
Catherine,
I can't see what's going on in the rest of the room, but I
You
can see the
see-
rest of them.
You see them
These
gossiping
monsters.
about you to each other, and you see a
Uh,
very happy Chippy that seems to be just kicking their legs back and forth, waiting for the shadow veil to be done. You also
I
see
love you,
Nilo. What is Nilo doing at this moment? After Nilo finally sees Catherine.
Well, they see
He's
Godwin,
Godwin,
He's a
yeah.
goblin.
and they can barely see it. I mean,
And they also
As
barely,
I
they also barely don't. How much does Nilo actually know of Godwin specifically?
Not a damn thing.
Oh
Nilo-
my god,
Okay.
Nilo doesn't even know.
Nilo does know a little bit because he talks
But,
to
like,
Jin.
But like
And
knowing
Jin
the,
trained Godwin, but in all honesty, not a damn thing.
you see a random stranger
Actually-
pop out.
Like he knows of Godwin. He's
Yeah.
seen him. He's talked to him. But that's it.
They are
Hilo is very
not very
confused at the
close.
moment.
It's like Nilo knew that it's like Nilo's last conversation with Godwin was at the festival, and that was whenever Nilo was like petting the animals and stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my god, the ghouls are here, and
Yeah.
never got to see her.
Yeah, that was funny.
So you all
So if Nilo even remotely sees Godwin, he'd be confused at if anything, but also he can't see right now anyways. His vision at this point is almost completely blurred over and his glowing eyes is not helping it. He's getting to that point.
He's in
It's
light
not great.
mode.
Gather, is there any
Uh,
other actions? Is there any actions you'd like to take on your turn?
I'm gonna do reflective scales and aiming
Uh-huh.
fire,
Okay.
and then that'll be the end of my turn.
Jen, what are you doing?
Okay, I am above. Give me a second. I was just looking at my things and then I lost it for a second.
I would say they are weak enough that you can basically kill either one of them if you want. You can coup de grace one of the slimes.
You know what? I'm gonna hurt myself a little bit. Let me reread this really fast, but I'm thinking about using Shockwave, but I don't remember if it does damage or not. It does not. I just need something. You know what? I'm using Chain Lightning. I don't even care. That's what I want to do. So I'm gonna throw my poles into the ground, and I'm gonna use Chain Lightning.
Okay.
Poles. And I'm gonna. Okay. What? So I'm going to.
What was that?
I'm gonna try to run.
That was the yap.
That was a battle cry.
Yeah,
Pocket,
so-
how dare you?
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't entirely know how to.
First one succeeds, and then it jumps to the other target, instantly obliterating it for all it's worth. But it's enough to kill both of them at the same time.
Jin would also walk back to his place.
No.
There's only one left. Hero passes their turn.
Should I just pass
see
my
a-
turn too?
Yes. Yep, it is
Okay.
up to you again.
Well, I need now. If I pass my turn again,
The
I just keep
fastest.
loo-
Yes.
just-
Okay.
I just keep looping. I just move. I move.
I would say if you
I
just
move back. I move
Okay.
back. I move back to here, and I ready an action to move to here as soon as it walks forward enough. I just want to make sure it walks forward enough to reach me. There.
Readying an action takes 2 actions.
I know. I walk right here behind it, one more space back, so it walks forward because it has range to reach me right now because it's a large creature. I want it to walk forward 1 space, and then I immediately use my reaction to step onto the plate. And my turn.
Okay, you do that, and it walks forward to hit you.
I step on the plate.
You
That's my
did
reaction.
it. And then it also slaps you.
Yeah, I don't think you were getting out of that, but yeah.
And then it slaps you.
It's quote
Somebody had to
unquote
take the hit.
slaps.
13, it does hit you, but it's not critically hit you. Then it will do its.
Oh yeah, I never did.
I can't even see anything. Like
21 damage.
Let me
Can't
see.
see anything.
No, I can't.
Blind.
No, I can't see my character sheet because I have like multiple tokens of myself up here for some reason.
And then it's
Nice.
gonna reach out to do its last attack. Also, as it
21
steps
damage.
onto that, okay, yeah, 21 damage. As it steps onto that last plate, the magical barrier you see, Catherine, Catherine and Godwin, you especially, you kind of see a magical barrier that begins to fade, and the way to Nilo is open.
I'm gonna drop Wall of Shadows.
Okay, There is still the Pyronic ooze has like 15 HP at the moment.
This
Does
one?
does that have to happen in initiative?
If you want to kill the ooze, you can just say you can describe yourself killing the ooze.
I don't really have a way to kill the ooze. I more want to know if Catherine's able to drop the
Yes, it's at will.
shadow wall. Sure. Okay. Suki's gonna roll up. That's
You
one
roll
action.
up.
Yeah. So Kenko is gonna ride on me.
Aren't they
Now,
in a humanoid form at the moment? Aren't they in a kitsune medium-sized form at the moment?
You're right. You know what, Zerda? You are absolutely correct. They're gonna lay low, but they're right there. So Kenko is gonna lay low. Suki gonna roll up.
Damn,
Dude,
he's
keep
doing
in
a
mind
full
your move
roll.
speed. Yep,
You
there you
fruit
go.
roll up. God damn.
All right. Do they like acknowledge me at all?
Chippy looks you dead in the eyes.
Of course it does. I have a quick question.
Okay. Suki, before passing their turn, is going to look at Chippy and just smile and hold their finger up to their mouth like
Like,
I don't
No.
know if
Like,
I don't know if you
guess.
heard that.
I understand.
yeah, we get
Did
it.
not.
He looks at
But
you.
yeah. Okay, so first of all, I did have 2 actions that I realized I could have done on my last turn. Do you
Yeah.
mind if I do it
Go
right
ahead.
now? Would just be okay. It would literally just be activating my soaring wings to give myself a funny fly speed.
You may do that.
So yeah, and then that was the last turn. Blah blah blah. He's got these like oily ass shadow wings,
Someone kill the
and
goddamn
on the
ooze.
barrier breaking, with it. Wait, that's not what I want to do. Godwin is going to like spread his wings and soar up,
Mhm.
soar up and into view,
Mhm.
and he's gonna go. How high is this thing, by the way?
About 40 feet.
Okay, he flies like 35 feet into the air,
Okay.
above the thing,
Catherine is now
and
flying.
he's going to open his book.
Catherine
And
is a wizard, an accomplished
Yeah.
wizard. Okay.
Catherine is an accomplished wizard. And he's going to point directly at Tyr and say, I, Godwin Maxilla, interrogator of Charadon, in the name of Adam Koma, I declare you, Diabolus, and sentence you to death. I accept
You
the
look
role of
like
executioner.
Catherine.
Arbiter of your sentence.
Godwin, no.
You made me waste 2 spell slots for this.
Goddamn
You
right.
agreed to this spell.
Tia looks
No
very
government
confused at you.
thing.
And
Why am
he
I
is
so
going
aroused at the
to
moment?
and he is going to start chanting in a in a like ancient elven language. Very old, very old. And that's gonna be his turn.
Go on, give me that d20 for damage.
I'm so full.
Give me another d20 for damage.
Okay.
You start to hear that ringing in your ear again, but you are so committed to the task. You call out, and just your voice just reverberates with that amount of voice, and you just look at them. You realize that all, as you do kind of see them for the first time, you do realize that all of them have that similar necklace on themselves, though bound to themselves. Nilo does not have one of those necklaces that you can see.
I see.
Catherine, will you kill this ooze for me? I
Oh,
also want to
yeah,
have
I
to start
guess.
the combat with them too, and an
I
ooze.
forgot. He gets an action. So my man's just gonna skedaddle. He's got what, 25 movement speed. My man's just gonna skedoodle over here. I keep forgetting he gets a free action.
I'll move 25 feet over there and
I would
60
never. Go ahead.
eh. I'll just slash and gust it.
Okay, what are you slashing gusting?
The slime.
Oh,
So
thank
that
you.
so let's
Slime
do
dice.
about it.
the thing you requested?
You slash the slime, and it goes
As
away.
requested.
Yeah, I was like,
Slash that
No.
slime. It deals critical damage. That is the end of the encounter. You now are staring, as you kind of see, Catherine, all of them begin to look at you. You see them as you basically realize the barrier is going down. You see almost just a very happy smile that seems to be coming across the face of especially the two sisters. You see the Jaboa seem to almost just their anxiety that you can tell just seems to be purely present. You see them holding their staff close to their body as you kind of see them chanting to themselves, not casting a spell, but just chanting to themselves. And you see, lastly, as you all kind of doing this, you see the sisters speak up and they just say, well, now that we didn't get to sadly see all of you fight the whole time, I think I know enough how to continue from here. Let's begin the real fight now. And as she says that, you see the very adorable Chippy begin to have a whole bunch of rocks that seem to essentially form around them, and
but was she the
almost,
vampire queen?
huh? She's
No,
not here.
continue. Keep going.
Yeah. You see you see Chippy just be consumed by all of these rocks around him, forming into a more complete form as he progresses into his final form.
Told you we should.
Big Chippy.
I told you guys we should have knocked them over. You
This is
should
why
have
he
took
was
them
level
Not
12.
one
downstairs.
But
struggle.
is Chippy looking at me?
Chippy is now looking at Catherine, and then you see out of the ground, you see what looks to be Catherine. All of you, as you are kind of looking at this new scene take forth, you see the rock, them, and especially they seem to wave their hands in front of them, and out in front of their body. You see this rock that begins, and more rock that seems to almost be climbing from the walls itself, begin to form, and you see what looks to be three stone copies of Catherine, Adam, and Nilo.
Oh.
A question. Is the Catherine he's copying this Catherine or this Catherine?
It is no, it is not a copy from what you are. It is a copy from the memory and what Tyr has told them. These are a copy of you guys whenever Tyr was with you all, down to every ability that Tyr is aware of.
Oh.
Oh shit.
No.
Oh shit.
And that is where we will call it for the night.
That means he
Alright.
has that ability.
Any ability that Tyr saw you was able to relay that onto a stone copy.
Can he
Guys-
copy
Lord.
magical items?
What about not the items itself, but the abilities.
I think
In
I don't know if
practice,
half the
yes.
party knows this, but Adam has a very powerful ability that Tyr has witnessed.
Yeah.
I remember it, yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
I don't recall. I don't think I was there.
You were there. It was the Toki session.
You know what? I'm happy though. I
Eventually
got
remembered.
I'm happy. I got half the ritual complete this session. We're good.
Half the ritual?
Don't worry about it. Zero knows what I'm
Don't
talking
worry
about.
Don't worry about
Worry.
it.
Don't worry
I'm
about it.
I'm interested because I feel like knowing what I talked with Zura about, I need to confirm it with Zura. One thing you mentioned to me, Zura, for next session.
We are
Yeah.
out.